longer in the parliamentarian. No. You don't know what that is? It has nothing to do with you. It was losing time as we wait for you. So now that what I'm doing,
You can't hear anything? Okay, perfect.
Good morning, everyone. We are starting a bit this first workshop. Small responsibility of ensuring that we know each other, but just to check, staying here, is everyone in? Paul says you're on time. Where is the other group staying?
actually, I think Zaneria.
Zaneria. Our friends from Zaneria 5-star? Okay, great. Is there anybody from Movenpick? Honorable member still remaining? Maybe Panduleni. Yeah, so I'm Nanzala I work with Oxfam. I support food and climate justice work in the Pan-African program based here in Nairobi. When I'm not working, I do a bit of jogging. Don't worry, I've added a bit because of Christmas holidays. But so that's how I would like us to try. Huh? It's not very far. March has just started. It's just 2 months away. Some of us were on holiday the whole of January. So that's how I would like us to do it. Like, what's your name, the organization you're coming from, then the work that you do. I'm hoping we can take maybe slightly less than 10 minutes. And the way I would like us to do it, maybe we can stand on our feet. Then we can start from the back coming forward. So by the time we get Ruth Pearl's table, which is the most famous one, because now Ruth Pearl has been leading us most of the time, then we are able to close that chapter. I see there is a task. Ruth Pearl, do you have some guidance on this task that people are working on? Eh? You speak in English.
the chocolate was for whoever finishes first. Has anyone gotten to it? So I suggest we just pause, do introductions, and then now we'll have to find another reason to give chocolate. Sindio?
Yeah. Okay, great.
Sindio is the Kenyan version of saying, are we together?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we can also just do for purposes of capturing is what do you expect out of this meeting? I know we'll be able to set objectives. Personally, I expect that from here we'll be better organized because the issue of non-state actors, especially related to 𝗕𝗶𝗃, has been kicking off and going down. But we are close to post the current framework, so post 2025. How do we want to influence that process going forward? So maybe for me, that's the key interest. Like we will be better organized. The next time when we are meeting within the 4th BR circle, this room will be too small for us. Maybe we'll be able to take those who are here the first day, the other room. So I'll start on this table, Francine and Alex. I think, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francine 𝗕𝗶𝗃 I'm the Director of Partnership at 𝗕𝗶𝗃 Center for Food and Climate. So really happy to meet with all of you in person. So what my expectation?
Yeah.
So my expectation is, yes, just to learn more about what you are doing, guys. I find the job is really, really powerful. And also my own interest is also to see what are the kind of linkages and the partnership that you are doing with parliamentarians. So thank you. So I'll pass the mic to...
Good morning. Agnes 𝗕𝗶𝗃 is my name. I earn a salary from Food Rights Alliance in Uganda, but I also volunteer my time for the NSA coordination in East Africa. If I'm not doing that, and I'm not doing the FRA work, in my private time, I want to do something that is so difficult for me to do, is to keep quiet and be in a quiet space alone. That's what I want to do. My expectation from this meeting, I'm already excited that
Je suis déjà ravi que nous ayons eu une interaction en personne avec des collègues qui font la même lutte que moi d'identifier et de renforcer le débat à tous les niveaux. Et j'espère avoir beaucoup plus d'engagement stratégique pour aller de l'avant, surtout le fait que la table ronde de Malabo arrive bientôt à sa fin. Merci beaucoup.
And Agnes, maybe, which country is this that helps you keep quiet?
C'est quel pays qui va vous aider à vous taire?
So you can just mention the country where we are coming from.
Peut-être parler du pays.
Back home in Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
La perle de l'Afrique, à savoir l'Ouganda.
Is it related to pearl?
Good morning, everyone.
Bonjour.
My name is Juliana Drinan. I'm coming from
Juliana
Seattle,
Drinan,
Washington.
de Seattle, Washington, aux États-Unis.
I work at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Je travaille à la Fondation Bill et Melinda Gates. Je suis là pour apprendre. Je suis vraiment content d'entendre ce dont vous allez parler aujourd'hui. Je suis là pour apprendre et de savoir à tout ce qui se fait ici, dans mon temps libre. J'aime bien. Je n'ai pas entendu. Bonjour, c'est bien d'être ici sur Pod pour ce matin.
it'd be really lovely to really identify those areas for substantial collaboration and see what's possible. So really excited about that, and really lovely to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
Good morning, everyone. My name is 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗄𝗏. I'm a journalist. I'm a science journalist who is interested in agricultural issues. And while I'm here to listen, learn, and get to know if there's something that I can report to the people, especially on food security. It's a big issue for us in Africa.
Bonjour. Azibike, responsable alimentaire et agriculture Action Aid au Nigeria.
Working.
Pas.
I would rather watch some movies or party hard. So I work hard and party hard. So you guys need to be reminded so that we can close earlier. For me, the 𝗕𝗏𝗃 process and the NSA's engagement has been quite interesting and intriguing. And I would like to learn from colleagues here to see how we can improve on what we are already doing and how we can also innovate around new opportunities. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗏. I work with Action Aid. I work for the organization called 𝗕𝗏𝗃, the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum. But also I'm working with the PSA, the Public Social Accountability Alliance. This is an alliance of Action Aid and other partners in Southern Africa working with the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the SADC in general. And my name is Joe Mzinga, and my expectation is to see how we can turn around the 𝗕𝗏𝗃, because the performance in the first one, it was quite fine. Second one, it was a bit of 4 countries on track. And the last one, just 1 country. So how can we push our leaders and our parliamentarians to turn around in terms of ensuring that Africa is achieving Malabo in the same way, avoiding the shame that we have as the most hungriest continent in the world. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Faith. I work for 𝗓𝗏 as a program officer, but I'm representing a concern as the secretary. Okay, when I'm not working, I listen to music, good music, or I watch some movies. Okay, my expectation for today is to see how we can learn and leverage on what we have been doing, learn new innovations, how to push forward, so that what we have recorded in the past year, we can engage our parliamentarians better so that we can hit the targets in 2025, which is very close. Thank you.
FFH or Female Food Heroes Project National Coordinator. This has been the collaborations of Oxfam International in the objective of the project is empowering rural women, assure food security in their families. What I expect from this meeting or this session is to listen to
Based in Maputo, Mozambique. So I'm the Oxfam Just Economies Lead for Southern Africa. My is to really connect and build a strong movement around CADAP. And see if we can get to an agreement on a strategy.
Good morning. My name is Odax. I come from Tanzania. Is on giving it.
Je fais de la polyculture. Je suis maraîcher de profession, mais aussi éleveur de poissons et de dindons. Et ça fait plaisir de regarder tout cet ensemble dans un environnement sain qui n'est pas pollué, parce que je suis à près de 350 km de la capitale du Burkina Faso. Merci.
Good morning. Mulibwanji. Tibwino. Mulibwanji is a local Malawian greeting. My name is Charles Oka. I come from a background in environment and agriculture, but I did switch a couple of years ago to do a lot of advocacy and communications. So I am here as the president for the Agenda 2063 Media Network, but also representing the CADAP Journalist Network. What am I expecting here? I'm expecting to see a lot of synergies in the context of mainstreaming CADAP issues in development planning at national level, including those at regional level in the various interventions that we are actually doing in Africa, taking into context the emerging issues of fragility in the context of climate change, natural disasters, and the wave of the new diseases that have actually emerged, like the pandemic, COVID, and of recent times, the outbreak of cholera. We are also trying to do a lot of networking at national level to ensure that in the various programmings that are actually being done by national radio stations, including community radio stations, they are able to ensure that the issues that are actually being done at continental level, they are also being mainstreamed in the various pieces of legislations and frameworks that are being done at national level. So we are encouraging the need for the media and also associations to prevail, to be able to drum up these issues at local level, and also be able to be put in a manner and format that the local populace can be able to understand. We are here just to ensure that we are able to raise the visibility and awareness in as far as scaling up the issues to do with CADAP and the BRI is concerned. I have come with a colleague from South Africa, Mr. 𝗕𝗶𝗲 𝗥𝗲𝘃. He's also here, just setting up a local studio so we can do a bit of podcasting and some live feeds, and we'll be willing maybe to talk to a couple of colleagues just to share their perspective in as far as this program is concerned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Emmanuel Ngore is my name. Currently with USAID Policy Link. My role at Policy Link is to facilitate the development of the first ever African Youth Consortium for Ag Development and Climate Change. What I like doing, football, spending time with friends, and I think I'm with Henry Roberts on the Arsenal side. So we are winning the league. Now, I've been intrigued by this image. I like it. And as you can see, this image portrays the prevailing circumstance in Africa. The average age of a farmer is that old. And if you're going to rely on that, then Africa's food future is doomed. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is 𝗕𝗶𝗲𝗃𝗶𝗃𝗄. I am with CARE International, the Southern Africa region, and my role there is advocacy advisor for Southern Africa, and working quite closely with a few colleagues in here from that region and beyond. My expectation is to get feedback. We have been working on the CADAP process for a number of years, and I'm really looking forward to the feedback to say, where are we getting it right? Where should we do better to really ensure we reach the goals and aspirations of CADAP and its whole process? In my spare time, currently I love gardening. I have a vegetable garden and some flowers. So I like picking flowers with my daughter and also just tending to my vegetable garden, living the agroecological talk, not using any pesticides and external fertilizers, and seeing how some of the seeds and seeds in the vegetable aspect, the horticulture side, would work. So far, I would say I'm having challenges with my tomatoes, and I would really like to see how I can do better in my tomato garden. The first time, too much sun. This time around, too much rain. So I'm trying to figure it out. How do I make sure that without advice of pesticides, how do I get most from my tomato patch? Thank you.
Thank you, 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗄𝗃. Thank you. You just highlighted the challenge of the African farmer in the current climate crisis.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Are we happy? Please, this is not a parliamentary meeting. This is a non-state actors meeting. Come on. If you are happy and you know you clap your hands. If you're happy and you know you clap your hands. If you're happy and you know and you really, really want to show. If you're happy and you know you clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, do you want to know me?
Yeah.
People sit down here like you are doing one serious meeting. Come on. Please, we don't take ourselves seriously. That's why we survive as non-state actors. So if you come here looking too tight, I actually wanted to wear shorts today, but somebody advised me against it. That I was going to distract the class. I listen, I want to be a good girl. Okay. Okay, so my name is Constance Okeke. I'm from Nigeria. I work for ActionAid International as the International Project Manager for scaling up agriculture investment in public investment in agriculture. I've listened to all of you say your objectives. I hope all the things you want to get today in this meeting will actually be achieved, because I know that collectively we set an agenda. So you will need to look at this paper to be sure that all the dreams you have will be achieved today. But be that as it may, I'm actually excited that this meeting is finally happening. Most of us here have been talking to each other for the past 1 year. And most of us have been working together as a group for more than 13 years. So I'm actually happy because by the time we go to the next session, maybe a little story will tell you, the little story we're going to tell you will make you realize why I said I'm actually excited that we're here. I don't want to delve more into that until the next session, but I'm happy because having been part of the 𝗕𝗏𝗃 process since 2010, I'm excited because we're really progressing and there's still room for more improvement. You wanted to know what I do when I'm not working. It will shock you, but let me tell you the other good part. The good part is that when I'm not working, I like to dance and I like to cook. But the bad part, you need to see me during lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I actually woke up this morning just thinking that I'm living in the answer to the prayers I've been praying. We've been planning, talking, strategizing, and then it has finally happened. I am like living the answer. And I'm just so grateful to be seeing each and every one of you here. My name is 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏 𝗥𝗲𝗃𝗏𝗃. I think most of you, I've interacted with most of you, and I think because of not just our interaction, our very good partnership, even when many of us might not have met face to face, we were able to get 13 different country parliamentarians to come. They came. They learned, they planned, they were so excited, so enthusiastic. I'm waiting on Lamek to share with me the photographs and the videos, and I will share a link to them. Just to really just together take a moment to acknowledge how far we've come together. And what I'm hoping we will do as we spend the day together is think, learn, and figure out what more we could be doing. How can we continue to contribute to catalyzing, stimulating, amplifying the use of the 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃 and other 𝗕𝗏𝗃 processes within our countries? How can we do it in a manner that is ensuring that the evidence ends up being useful? How do we make use of working together to coordinate and build off each other's energy? How do we learn from one another? How does what we are doing impact the rest of the 𝗕𝗏𝗃 system? How does the positive energy, enthusiasm, and differentness that comes with non-state actors change how things are being done by the 𝗕𝗏𝗃 focal points, by the RECs, by all of the other people? I think that we have a lot to contribute, and that's what I'm really looking forward to all of us talking about today. When I'm not here, I like to spend time outdoors. It could be a beach, it could be a mountain, it could be anywhere. I do like spending time in the outdoors. So I will be at one of those places on Monday.
Yeah, thank you, 𝗕𝗶𝗃. Clearly, I can guess you're excited, so which is a good thing.
Are you not?
I am. So we can go to Panduleni before we come back to Constance.
Oh, that's fine, yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Panduleni Elago from the African Union Commission. I am the Senior CADAP Advisor to the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Environment. I'm happy to be here with you all. Indeed, as 𝗕𝗏𝗃 have indicated, they have been dreaming and dreaming to have this meeting be a reality. And myself being their direct liaison person within the African Union Commission, I had to always make sure that I answer to her queries as to what will be that the African Union Commission could support, or that are we doing the right thing. I have met, I think, quite at least half of this room I've met you before, specifically during our meeting we had last year for the third 𝗕𝗏𝗃 report results analysis. But all in all, I will still give you a little bit of a story how we, as the African Union Commission, can work together with yourselves. I have noted some expectations talking to the 𝗕𝗏𝗃 results, moving from 4 countries and now only 1. What is that we are doing wrong? Or perhaps what is that we are doing not necessarily right, but what can we do better? I think that is much, much more critical. On my expectations, I think I have quite a number, but if I could just round it up in a nutshell, I want to see how this could be well organized, at least at the continental and regional level. Currently, the information that we have at the African Union Commission is quite sketchy and too scattered that it becomes so difficult for us to see how we can support. So I would like to really see a holistic, better way of engaging with the non-state actors, the farmers, the youth, the private sector present here today. Lastly, what do I do in my spare time? I think again, to sum it up, I do a lot of training. I'm a runner, I do marathons, I'm a cycler, I'm a hiker, I go in the gym. That's what I do most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panduleni, and everyone else. Maybe Constance is me who made it too serious, but we have taken out a bit of almost 30 minutes now from the next session. But I hope we have done justice to trying to outline some of our expectations, which again falls into our objectives. But Panduleni has summarized all that, is how can we make it holistic? All these things that we do. And I was just checking, we have pockets. We have East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, a bit of Uganda. Then we have Ghana, Nigeria. Then we have a bit of Malawi. But then there are many other parts that are outside this forum, Central Africa, North Africa. How can we ensure that we are reaching out to many of those people? We have a bit of private sector. So how do we ensure that some of those things are jointed? So I think that's the challenge that we have. So Constance, I will take it over.
Don't pretend. But I noticed some people didn't introduce themselves. There's been somebody that's been helping us throughout, some people that have been helping us throughout this period. Our where's Sandra?
Hello. I don't know where Sandra, probably she's running, doing something. My name is Charles. I work together with 𝗕𝗏𝗃 and Alex. I was Safari Consulting. and have been supporting this project with regards to operations and finances. I'm so happy to see that this is finally happening, and I'm looking forward to just reading through the success stories and sharing with the rest of the team. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you so much for finding some time to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Michael, have you introduced yourself?
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Ngulu.
Michael. All right. This next session, I'm going to do that with Panduleni, but before Panduleni comes on board, I would like us to refresh our minds on what we had set to do at this meeting. And like Rupel said, it's quite exciting that we finally have been able to have this meeting. We've been planning this since last year, but unfortunately, we couldn't. And like you all know, we've been having our weekly series, online series. Every week we talk to each other, and that was what led to us mobilizing and ensuring that our parliamentarians come together for 2 days. Discussing and getting to understand the opportunities, linkages with other food and agriculture advocacies. You know, I know that some of us engaged with the Food Summit, Food System Summit. Some people were part of the Dakar Summit that happened some months back. Then again, we also felt it would also be nice to share tools and approaches we as non-state actors can use to feeding into data of our countries, bearing in mind that the fourth BR is already in progress. You all know that once they start off the training of trainers of the focal points, the process has started. So let's not relax and say we will wait until they call us. The process has started now, so we need to know exactly how we can do and contribute our bit, and finally share and learn from one another on how to use the BR scores to influence agriculture funding at the different levels. Then when we do that, we also would like to plan collectively what will be our joint strategy of actions, at least if we can't do a longer term because of time, but at least between now and ending of the year, and possibly early part of next year, when the BR will be finalized. We also felt that there was a need to discuss our resourcing strategy, because I recollect Nanzala saying that not everybody is here. I mean, it would have been nice to have everybody and have like more than one day to do this. But because of resource constraints, that has not been possible. So how do we ensure that moving forward, we're able to get enough resources to do what we want to do? And when I say enough resources, you know, at times we always believe that it has to be so much money even as a small organization, a dollar contribution is important. A technical support is important. Oh, we want to come up with a concept, we want to do a budget, we want to do some briefs. Instead of paying a consultant, you can volunteer to do that and it takes off the cost from us. So everything we need to mobilize to make our work a lot easier is important. Then again, maybe after you listen to the little story I will tell afterwards, you will now realize that there's also a need for us to grow this network. There are some countries where we are not having contact. I mean, we can't say that we don't have non-state actors there, but how do we get involved with them? How do we get their contact so that we can all work as a team? Panduleni has also explained to us that at African Union, currently what they used to see or what they are seeing is that we are not too organized, and we have a lot to gain from them if we are together. And I'm sure we can also tap into the resources at the regional economic communities if we work as a group. And finally, we need to discuss and agree on ways of working that encourages genuine teamwork. Ways of working in terms of, okay, if we have agreed to be here as a group, how do we work? Are we going to just sit on the fence? During meetings, we don't make comments. We just keep quiet. And after the meeting, and you talk to the next person, you say, oh, don't mind them. They have taken over the whole process. They are not giving people room to be part of what is happening. But you come into the meeting every day. You don't say anything. You don't contribute. So we need to really, really be honest and agree before we leave here. Even if it's something we will test run, let's agree and say this is how we want to move forward for the next few years so that we'll get to the promised land, if anything like that exists. So without wasting our time, I think I would like to invite Panduleni to just give us a little tone setting on how or what African Union Commission expects of us and how they can support us. But please bear with us if part of the things you want as an objective has not been captured by what I said. It does not mean we will not look into it. If there is time, we will look into it. But even if we don't look into it, we will document it because we meet every week online. We'll continue discussing it until we sort out all the issues we have raised. Thank you. Panduleni?
Thank you very much, Constance, and once again, a very good morning. Firstly, just to give you greetings from Dr. Simplice Nawala, who is the Head of Agriculture and Food Security within the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Environment. And it is that same unit which coordinates all the CADAP programming and processes. I have already introduced myself. I will not repeat that. But all I would like to... Oh, now it's... Thank you. Really, it's just sending greetings from the African Union, firstly. Secondly, to indicate that myself, in the absence of my boss, also are very, very excited to be part and parcel of this meeting. For some of you, you might have been aware last year, immediately after the third BR report, there was one strategy that we decided to embark on. And this was necessitated by the challenge that we had been realized that communication and advocacy is one of the key challenge expected, whereby CADAP is not known up to the ground level. And for some of you might recall that within the CADAP thematics, we only had 8 thematic areas. A decision was taken last year to introduce a new theme. and that theme was on communication and advocacy. It exists now. And what again am I saying? This group here, the youth, the farmers, the non-state actors, we believe is one of the very, very important grouping that could support advocacy and communication agenda to move agricultural transformation in the continent. And I do recall some of you, part of your observation and what you would want to see was still talking to issues of advocacy. We do advocacy in the Southern Africa region. We do advocacy, but how far does that go? It currently is a worrisome. Even they just ended parliamentarian session yesterday. I recall, I can't remember which country, he mentioned that it was his first time to hear about these indicators, categories, and I was just blown out, yeah? Because this is all talking to education, right? And what is education? It's communicating, yeah? How are we really communicating the agricultural transformation agenda, of which at the continental level is driven by the 𝗕𝗶𝗃, currently is driven by the Malabo Declaration, of which we only have 2 years remaining for this to lapse. Already this year we are talking about the post-Malabo agenda. But we need to take stock of what has happened the past 7 years. Now, if within the past 7 years, there's a parliamentarian who is indicating to say, so these themes, what level, what do they mean? Can you please educate us? Yes, obviously it is very technical and scientific, but at least just to have that knowledge that this exists, I was a bit worried. And I think really this, again, is just talking to why we have introduced this new thematic of communication and advocacy, to see how we can really make some progress to some certain level. Again, something also that we had introduced within the African Union Commission was the inclusion of this grouping here into all the 7 thematic areas that talk to the Malabo agenda. And I do not want to do a quiz because we are already running out of time. I would have even wished, to just say, can somebody tell me what, 𝗕𝗶𝗃 theme number 1 talks about? 𝗕𝗶𝗃 theme number 5 talks about? Can we do that? What is the theme number 5? What does it talk about? Emmanuel, you are every week talking about 𝗕𝗶𝗃. Theme number 5.
African trade.
Thank you, climate change. Thank you very much. What is theme number 1? Theme number 1. Principles.
Family change is number 6.
5 is trade.
5 is trade.
5 is trade. Mutual accountability is number 1, right? Number 2, I would ask my dear Francine. Because I know your program is so much involved in that. So it's all about educating. We are still just so far to wake up and just say, what is 𝗕𝗶𝗃? What is our vision? What does it entail? So we are hoping that you farmers here, the non-state actors, because of your vocabulary being so vibrant to agricultural transformation, could really help the African Union Commission to ensure that everybody up until the grassroots understand our vision and what we intend to do. Lastly, as I have indicated, and which is really critical, and I hope that we could talk to this later on as we wrap up, is that the African Union Commission would like to see how we can really organize ourselves. He leads a group of the youth. Sometimes we would want to invite them for certain meetings. While he will be telling me what I should be doing. There'll be another 2, 3 groups that will be reaching out to us to say, you're organizing a 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗃. We want to be involved. How can we be involved? And I'll reach out to say, Emmanuel, so this group and that, what's happening? Yes, we do have 5 African regional blocks: Southern, Western, Eastern, Northern. I could even ask how many in this room are from the Northern bloc. Not a single one. What does that say? Yes, so let's see. You said you will be talking to issues of resource mobilization so that we can see the next plans, how we can fully support. But let's not leave out how we can really reorganize ourselves to get this. Again, the African Union could easily, assist in writing the necessary official communication to these regional blocks to see how we can have these people be part and parcel of these processes. So let me end it there, but I just want to say that AUC is behind all these initiatives. We will want to see you as our champions. We want to see you as advocating to what 𝗕𝗃𝗃 is all about, but we can, I believe, can only do better if we are organized. Then even us reaching out to the donors to support these type of meetings would even easily be cleared. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can we give her Atama Labaku, Atama Labaku, Afarina. Some of you are not clapping, so at least you learn this. So by the time we go, we do a lot of claps, non-state actors clap. Thank you, Panduleni, for that insightful discussion or tone setting. And I'm quite glad that you are here because we have a lot of acts. And maybe I will start, before I say anything, I will start with asking you to, on behalf of your unit or your department, to live up to one of the promises you made to us some few months back during the technical working group critical analysis of the BR, when the Amplifying, this group here, made a presentation of how we want to engage with the BR at the continent. I know we presented for ECOWAS, we presented for EAC, we presented for SADC, and the question was, what of the other group? And we told them point blank that we didn't have contacts there, and simply promised us that you guys were going to write and link us up. You even talked to some of the regional economic community representatives. So please, if you could help us do that, we will be glad. Because if we tell you here now that we are going to get those contacts, it will be a lie because we have tried and somehow they've not been willing to work with us. So currently what we have represented here is the SADC, EAC, and ECOWAS. Am I correct? If you're from ECOWAS, can you raise up your hands? Okay. If you're from EAC, can you raise up your hands? If you are from SADC, can you raise up your hands? Okay. Charles. Please, if you're from SADC, can you raise your hands? Haba, you want to put me in trouble? He's not sure. Okay. Okay, so thank you about this. And one thing that I know that Panduleni said was that AUC is expecting us. Expecting us. You have a question? I'm not going to be done soon, so ask the question. Okay. One thing Panduleni said is that the AUC is expecting us to reorganize. And then she's also painted a picture of how we pull them in different directions when we make our request because we are not working as a team. And I will beg us one thing. At least you all know that I am known for saying it the way it is. I know they fear anybody, eh? Let us tell ourselves the truth now. If you are sitting down in this room and you know genuinely you are not interested in working as a group, that you are only interested about yourself or your organization. It's too early. You can quite quickly just pretend like you're going to take a tea and just, take style and go back to your room. Because, we've been trying to do this over the years. I made a comment when I was introducing myself that I've been following and participating in the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 process since 2010. Since 2010, non-state actors have actually been participating in the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 process. But just like 𝗕𝗶𝗃 noted, it had never been coordinated. But prior to that 2010, African Union felt that there was a need to have a semblance, or rather a participation of non-state actors into the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 process, because one of the underlying principles of the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 is inclusivity, participation. And within the 𝗕𝗃𝗃 process, we are all stakeholders. So what they did was to sign an MOU with, I think, 5 or 6 Pan-African organizations, made up of, I think, PANAC, ROPA, some regional farmer groups, and ActionAid. That initial MOU was to ensure that, on the part of ActionAid, was to mobilize civil society organizations, while the other regional farmer groups was to make sure that all the farmer groups within the region was taken into account, so that once they were doing any engagement, they would rope them in. But it still was not working. And then what used to happen is that any event is happening, different organizations will write to African Union to say, oh, please, we want to participate in this event. Can we get law to support our participation? Different groups. So they were finding it difficult to know who to invite and who not to invite. The only place they had that semblance of unity was the Pan-African Farmer Organization, PAFO, which they supported to come together as a platform. And they are still existing, and they are still highly recognized by African Union, even helped to resource their organization. Then come 2014. I think 2013. The African Union was planning the Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture. They were having their planning meeting against the next year. And that next year was going to be 2014, when they will be doing, the summit was themed the year of family farming, if I'm correct. And the idea was that a lot of participation would be expected from different quarters. And then it was going to be a landmark year for the 𝗕𝗃𝗃, because the 𝗕𝗃𝗃 was going to be 10 years, and they were going to review to say, where are we? So it was a very hot year. So they were planning that meeting. So normally they try to relate to some INGOs, different platforms that they work with as partners. So some of us were invited to those meetings. And in that meeting, you saw Oxfam, you saw ActionAid, you saw One, you saw different groups all waiting to discuss with the person doing what 𝗕𝗃𝗃 is doing now. I don't want to call the name. To get an audience. Please listen carefully. This history is very important. To get an audience so that we could all, chip in our side event. Normally what AUC used to do then, different organizations will approach them and have side events. And we just realized that, okay, the guy said, you know what? I have a very tight schedule, but I can't listen to everybody at different times. Can we all sit on one table? So we all talked. I talked, the one person talked, the other person talked, another person talked. And they realized that we were all saying something similar. So why then were we planning to do different things with different amounts of resources and probably trying to achieve one goal in a separated manner? He said, why can't you people have a collective event? Work as a group, put your resources together and see how it pans out. That began the journey of forming a platform of non-state actors. Originally, it was supposed to be like civil society groups, actually. But there was a gentleman that was sitting beside that African Union personnel. And the guy worked or was working with USAID. They were also supporting the African Union, on some other things. So the guy overheard the discussion and said, oh, it sounds interesting that non-state actors are thinking of coming together. But what is the challenge? We said, well, resources is the challenge. If we really want to do what they want us to do, it's going to be difficult because we don't have the resources. And each organization had a funder and a particular amount of money to spend. So the guy said, could you guys dream big? We will find the resources. So come 2014, we all came together, worked as a team, had a side event, very successful side event, where as non-state actors, or rather civil society organizations, we gave a feedback of how we felt the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 had gone for 10 years. The gaps, the lessons, the challenges, and what we were recommending. And we had like a 10-point agenda with one caveat. That one caveat was that one organization wanted an item that all of us didn't agree on, but we felt that in spirit of inclusivity, we added there, but with a caveat that it is not endorsed by everybody. That is how you work in group. And the African Union adopted that. And I will tell you, you can go and look at the text or the scripts that they used to develop. Most of the items there were included. And that's how we started this process. And the USAID guy lived to his promise, because after that side event, they approached us and said, since all of you are here, at least most of you are here, was it possible for you guys to have a 2-day meeting side and talk about how you can work as a group? That was the beginning of what you call the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 Non-State Actors Coalition, CNC. Most of you must have heard about it. And that discussion continued. It was at that point the farmer organizations were brought in. We talked about having the women platform. We talked about having the youth. We talked about having the private sector and the other groups. That's the civil society, NGOs, and the rest. And we set up. But there was a challenge. At that meeting, we agreed that the leader at the interim was going to be 𝗵𝗲. Their then chair, 𝗕𝗶𝗲 𝗥𝗲𝘃, supported that idea. But apparently some of their members were not comfortable with that because they already had a platform that was well structured, already engaging with the AUC. And they felt, I don't know whether they felt threatened, but they felt subsuming it under another platform, it wasn't really going to work. Maybe we made a mistake. Maybe we should have focused on strengthening the civil society platform first. Maybe. But then we carried on. Because we still reminded 𝗵𝗲 that there were still some other regional farmer organizations that were not part of 𝗵𝗲. I know like ESA and I think ROPA, ProPac. At least these two I remember. So we felt they cannot be disenfranchised. So they decided to still be part of what we were doing. But what it meant was that even from the beginning, we already had a problem. Because the team or the sector we felt was going to be the leader was already having a problem. But we kept on. Within the margins of the 12th 𝗕𝗶𝗃 held in South Africa, 27 March to be precise, the then Commissioner for the Department of Rural Economy and Agriculture, Madam Ruth 𝗕𝗶𝗃, Her Excellency, formally launched the Coalition of Non-State Actors, CNC. And, it was a very colorful event. Everybody was excited. A lot of people were ready to, support with resources and the rest. And we continued. But, like I said, if we are going into a journey as a group and we don't all have genuine intention, it is already bound to have a problem. You understand? And we continued like that. trying to bring in everybody on board. We even had a secretariat, had a coordinator, and along the line, the resources we were getting from USAID through their Feed the Future program, they were institutionally funding this platform, came to an end after some years. And then the platform, the secretariat, were not able to raise more resources. But again, remember we had organizations that were all part of this. So the idea was that we should all have been putting in our resources because the platform was our own. But that was not happening. There became a squabble. Oh, this group is attending meetings, another group is attending, I'm not attending. And again, from some of the research we did or analysis we did, we also realized that the formation was a problem. The essence of that platform was to have a continental platform where we linked each and every of this group. So it goes down. So if you have a continental structure, so what it means is that for you to be at that particular level, you must be an umbrella group, not an individual group. So for instance, if I use Emmanuel Ngore as an example, what's your individual youth group? Why? No, the singular one. You have African youth. But what is your own individual group before you became part of? YPAD is an individual group belonging to African Youth 𝗕𝗶𝗃 platform. Do you understand? So at this level, the group that should be representing the youth at that level is the African Youth platform, not YPAD. But we had a mix. You see a group like YPAD, for instance, I'm using it as an example. Then you see the umbrella group. You see a group like ESAF. Then you see the Constance Cooperative Farmers Group. Do you understand? It will not work. So we had an issue. We kept moving up and down. Gradually, it was losing steam. And by 2019, 2018, it kind of, because again, the main funder was also not giving resources. Another issue was that we also didn't pay attention in strengthening our regional economic blocks. Because that is where you see the national bodies. Are we together? We didn't. The only group that looked that they were a little bit more organized was the East African group. Maybe because they had less countries. At least under the platform of having the Agriculture Parliamentary Summit they used to organize every year. So opportunity to talk to each other was there. But other blocks, there was nothing. So it couldn't hold. And that was how gradually, it looks like there was nothing. And we went back to our normal way of still going to AUC, making individual requests, squabbles here and there. And when people are ready to put in their resources, I don't think any funder will be ready to put in resources where they are not sure it will be used properly. But then, some Pan-African international organizations that have been working with most of the civil society groups, NGOs, farmer organizations, felt that this opportunity cannot be lost because we've already opened that door. Even if it's closing on us, there is still open a little bit. Let's not let it close completely. We had several discussions with the African Union team, and we promised them that we were not going to let that door close. Let's try our best to see how we can revitalize that process. And I'm talking about groups like AGRA, no, not even AGRA, Oxfam, ActionAid, Trust Africa, Shamba Center, Policy Link, Christian Aid, One, CARE. These other ones joined later. So this basic group talked to African Union and said, we're not going to let this go ahead, die off. Because all these groups I mentioned now had presence in at least 5 countries. So meaning in 5 countries, they had partners, national NGOs, civil society groups, farmer organizations, youth groups, private sector groups that they are working with. So if if you really want to bring people together, they can play that role. If you really want to have activities, they can actually use their funds to support that process. So we said, please do not close this door. We will continue to see how we support this process. And then, in between those periods, Wasafiri came into the play, working with the African Union to see how they can strengthen the advocacy and communication process of the CADEP, because it looked like there was that cutoff, just like Pantuleni explained. So some of these organizations I mentioned were brought in by Wasafiri to be part of that discussion they were having with the African Union and their arms, like you have the 𝗕𝗏𝗃, 𝗕𝗏𝗃, RESACS, and the different teams. So they brought in the non-state actors, groups from these organizations, to think of how, things can become better. And along the line, we continued using that platform to make sure that the BR, the CADEP processes was at least inclusive of the non-state actors. So when we indicated interest to continue mobilizing, Wasafiri also took the lead and said, okay, since we are not like an NGO, our role is to ensure strengthened participation of the non-state actors in this process. Can we start up this discussion again? And it was at that point we said, okay, we are aware that the ECOWAS non-state actors are already convening and organizing. They even have a leadership structure in place for ECOWAS, ably led by Henry Roberts. For the East Africa, we know that even if that structure has not been formally inaugurated or whatever, but there's a structure ably led by Madam Agnes of Food Rights Alliance. The SADC was still, coming up. But the beautiful thing was that CARE, which is one of those INGOs, had representation in most of the countries within SADC. And they gave the promise that they were going to work with the non-state actors there to set up that platform. So that's how we started talking. And we said, okay, fine. What do we want to achieve? We want to amplify. We wanted to start with amplifying the biannual review report. And that's how we gave ourselves the Amplifying BR group. It was not yet formal, but it was like a loose kind of relationship. So we decided that we'd be talking to each other. So every week, Wasafiri would, organize like a weekly call. We talk to each other, get information from everywhere. Oh, ECOWAS is doing a regional meeting. Who is going to go? We talk to ourselves. EAC is doing a meeting. Who is going to go? We reached out to NGOs that were civil society, non-state actors that were within those regions. Just the same thing, SADC. And we kept on discussing. The BR3 was released. Even before it was released, we also organized a pre-result launch where we tried to sensitize each other. And we also made sure within that group, we sought out other relevant platforms. Like the youth group. We said we need to have a youth group representative. We approached the African Youth, CADEP network, represented by Emmanuel Ngore. We also reached out to the CADEP journalist network, actually supported by AUC, headed by Charles Mkoka. Then we started discussing. So we found out that every week we were discussing, making plans, trying to see how we can make things work. So all these organizations I mentioned, including Wasafiri, then AGRA, and the Academia 2063, which also was a research arm, that policy and research arm that was also working with the African Union. Because we wanted it to be a very robust group, so that even if we wanted an analysis done or better explanation on some of the technicalities of the CADEP result, we needed to have such group. So we all collaborated and we started talking to each other. And we've been doing that for the past 1 year. And at least the AUC saw that, yes, we were trying to revive this group. So they said, okay, fine. try as much as possible to see what you can do to make this group more plausible. And that is why we are here today. That is how all of us came to be here today. But the challenge now is, like I said, we need to tell ourselves the truth. This group can only exist and become stronger if we all collectively decide how we want to make it run. We must get it right. So if we're having this continental group, we cannot have a single individual organization at the top. For example, I brought this because I needed a marker. Do we have marker? Okay. So we needed to, because it's a continental group, so let's say amplifying BR group, just as an example. So we need to have the youth group, we need to have the media, we need to have the farmers, we need to have the CSOs, we need to have the private, no, sorry. We had one block, the NSAs. I would break it down. Is there any group that I'm missing? Which? Yeah, the women farmers. They are part of this. They are part of this focal group. Yeah, media is there. Then there's a group we call the technical group. So this technical group, remember I said there were this group of organizations that work in at least more than 5 countries. And they have partnership with almost all these other groups. And they also always set aside some amount of resources to support the engagement of the non-state actors with this process. So we grouped all of them to be under this tactical group. Are we together? And please, you can stop me and ask questions because the idea is that we work progressively. Yes, Odax? Can you use the microphone so they can hear you? No, for him. Use the one on the...
Sorry. What's the difference between NSCA's youth media? Because I think all these are also organized under registered organizations.
Yeah.
So what's the difference then? If you have the NSCAs and then you have the farmers on their own, the media on their own, and the youth on their own.
Yeah, I will explain it. There's no difference. I was just trying to explain how we were trying to be conscious of not missing out any group. You understand? We first of all said, make sure we ensure that all these people are part of the discussion. Because if you come within the NSA, we still had focal points, which are all this group. But the idea is that, most of the time when you say NSA, your mind will first of all go to civil society, NGOs, then private sector. Are we together? That's where your mind first of all goes to. So if you don't bring out this group separately to make sure you remind yourself, you might miss them out. So the idea is that if we have this kind of group, then the representation will now be in terms of constituency. So for example, we'll have a group like ECONSA, we'll have a group like ECANSA, SADC, for instance. Yes. Then you have the tactical team, because while we are waiting to get resources as a platform, we still need to fund it and get things going. So you have the tactical tech team. And then these two groups, we decided to bring them out separately because already they have a platform recognized by African Union. Like they actually supported them in setting up. So you have the African Youth, African Youth, AYC Consortium. Then, Charles, what's the name of what's that group again? Cardiff Journalist Network. Okay. Okay. So the Agenda 2063 Media Network. Are we together? So, for example, this would be like the representation, so that each and everybody here would definitely locate him or herself and the organization in any of this group. A typical example is that you have Ango Adamu from YMCA, Nigeria. We should believe that he's part of a concert from the Nigeria bloc. You have Action Aid Nigeria. We should believe that they are part of a concert under the Nigeria bloc. You have the Peasant Farmer Association of Ghana. We believe that they should be the farmers arm of a concert under Ghana. You have ESAF. ESAF is multiple pronged because they are in all the East African countries. So you see, you have ESAF under a cancer as a major bloc representing farmers because they have membership in all the East African states. Are we together? Which other organization? You have ANSAF. ANSAF is the Agricultural Non-State Actors Forum in Tanzania. So they are part of it from Tanzania. Are we together? Under a cancer. Then you have the Food Rights Alliance as part of the EAC non-state actors. Are we together? Then, for example, my sister that says she's a journalist, yes. Which country are you from? Fine. So, you definitely, the media play both roles. They are part of the regional blocks, but then again, they have a standalone group. It's always good to identify with both. So, you do not now have a problem because when you have this clarity, and what it means is that if you get to this point, so like take for instance ECOSA. ECOSA had several consultations with representatives from all the 15 ECOWAS countries. Met several times, had an election, elected their leaders. So they have their mandate. So if, for instance, you have one slot for ECOWAS, and we go to a concert and they say the chairperson should represent us, we believe that ECOWAS is represented. We expect the same to happen with EAC, non-state actors. Organize at the ensure that you have representation from all the 6 EAC countries. Select your leaders. I know that interim, they have Agnes of FRA as their leader. At least I know I witnessed that election. Though, Madam Agnes, I know for some time now, you guys have not been as active as you should be. It needs to be revived. Then the SADC that is just starting up, you already have something to learn from. Get representation from all your country. Select your leaders. The youth group, you've already introduced us to the new leadership. They introduced themselves during the last meeting in Cameroon. Then for the media, we know Charles Mkoka as the lead. Are we together? The tactical team, we need all of you because we need your money. Yes. Don't we? Okay. Yes, Sydney.
I hear what you say. And that's, of course, something that is there. For instance, we talk about media that is there and all other organizations. I just wanted to, maybe make a suggestion. Because it's a lot of us when you talk about media. And for instance, if it is a question of attending a particular event, somebody in Cameroon knows that, there is an event in Kenya, but he feels that he's excluded. And then you find that at the end of the day, you create those unnecessary tensions amongst yourself. So I'm saying, in terms of organization, this is good, but what if, I'm not sure how we can do it, what if we say, while we are in that group, let's make it as an association that, contains membership, so that at the end of the day, when there is maybe an event in Kenya, for instance, you can only choose somebody who is a member, a paid member, to represent that particular event. And then life goes on. Otherwise, in our creation, in our organization, we might end up, creating, enmity amongst us. So I was suggesting that maybe, subject to maybe discussion, we can formulate associations within those groupings. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, Sydney. That exactly summarizes what I was trying to explain. That when we were doing the CNC, we didn't follow this explicitly, which was why we had issues. So that we're saying, going forward, for us to get this right, we need to agree on this. So what it means is that if you have a journalist in Cameroon, for instance, which we know, at least we have some journalists in Cameroon that are part of this Agenda 2063 network, we expect that they get across and be part of this platform. So when we send a message or when we reach out to this group, they discuss within themselves. They should have a process of selecting who goes where. So whatever name they give us is what they will take. I'm coming. So when we have this kind of arrangement, what it means is that if African Union is having an event and they are giving the non-state actors a slot, for instance, and they say we can only accommodate 10 participants. The first thing we are going to do will be to do along these lines. That's what we actually did for this meeting. When the tactical team group decided that this is how much we had to spend, the first slots were allocated according to these lines. That was what we did. It was when we finished, then the technical team that we are bringing the resources for learning purposes said they had their own team that they also want to support to be part of this meeting. I'll give you an example. You see actually Nigeria here, you see actually Tanzania. I work with them as a team for the project that is giving me the resources to participate in this. So for learning and also for at least giving accountability to the work I'm supposed to be doing, they have to be at this meeting. But for the ECONSA, we gave 2 slots. We have the secretary and also the farmer rep, here. Are we together? Then for Tanzania, we also have the farmer rep for the ECONSA to be supported. Because already, the ECONSA slot and the EAC slot has been given to the leaders, supported by another tech team. Are we together? Then the media team, we gave the slot to Nkoka and one other person, who is you. For the youth group, AYC gave us a name or 2. Because it's in Kenya, we had 1 or 2 of them from Kenya attend. So that is how it works. We can start, it might not be perfect now. So if, for instance, we agree that this is how we want to run, and then there's an event, and then you hear somebody has attended, and you people don't know, it's falls on you to reach out to say, this is what is happening. Somebody represented us and we are not aware. Because there has to be accountability. For any meeting you come, you are representing a constituency. It's expected that when you are done with that meeting, before you even come for that meeting, you've talked with your team, and you're coming there to represent their issues, not your own. When you go back, you give a brief feedback. So that if we agree that this is it, from these groups, we select coordinating team members. So we have a coordinating, at least even if it's an interim coordination. And when we have that interim coordination, we can have communication details. So that if anybody is aggrieved, something has happened, say for example, we have this meeting, and somebody is supposed to come from a concert, and we heard that maybe 2 persons came, and the other members don't even know about it. They should be able to write to the general contact to say, we are not aware of this, this person didn't represent us. And that will be looked into. And it's expected, say for instance, that we have more slots. If we are thinking of having a concert, come with like 5 slots. We are expecting, a concert, are you listening? We are expecting that within a concert, you are having the CSOs, that's the NGOs, you have the private sector, remember? Then you have the youth, the women, and possibly the media. Sorry, farmers, farmer groups. And why we put the women separately is that most of the time, those big farmer groups are made up of male farmers. So we always give an extra slot for the women farmers. So if you're having that, it's expected that you select like this, proper representation. So if you're coming with 5 persons, you can come with a CSO, 1 private sector, 1 farmer group. Priority will definitely be given to the women, because already you know we would have youth and media already represented. But then, if there's extra, if you have more than, you pick youth and you pick the media. And you come as a team, then you are sure you are fully represented. And you keep rotating. It mustn't be with the same persons, so that everybody feels part of it. But the problem we have is that most of the time, we belong to these groups. You don't even participate in anything they do. They call for meetings, you don't show up. When there is an event, you want to be the person to attend. It cannot happen. That's why I said initially we need to tell ourselves the truth. What do we want? Are we together? Yes, sir. Sorry we are taking time on this because we need to get this right. If we get this right, then we can, move forward. Yes, sir.
I think this is very interesting. But when you get to the granular level.
When you say granular level, what do you mean? National?
Exactly.
Okay.
Then we also need to see how we are also organized in terms of issues, not in terms of, it's beyond the representation of those groups. Because again, by the end of the day, I think whenever we are engaging at ABRG, it is on issues, not necessarily on who is on the table, but also what are the issues that are being discussed on the table. So I think that is also very, very important when we get to that level.
Okay. It will also be nice to recognize that at this continental level, once we understand the structure and we agree to it, and we kind of spell out kind of a TOR, we can also develop a general guide for what happens at the national. But the autonomy of how they organize is solely on them. Are we together? Because, for example, what is happening at the national group, but just to give a general guide of the best practices in convening. Is that okay? Okay, let me take him before you. Yeah. Just press. Is he on?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I wanted to address, the reason I put my hand up, I wanted to address this issue. One of the reasons why I believe that CNC had issues was that there was no representation of country coalitions. So one of the things that we decided in West Africa was to not just establish a West Africa regional group, but to encourage the establishment of country CADAP coalition. Because if you read the CADAP non-state actors guidelines, which is available, you will see what the EU had in mind for non-state actors, which is supposed to be inclusive. So what we are trying to do at in a concept is to ensure that all the countries organize inclusive coalitions, including media. And that way, including media and private sector, because what will happen at times is that maybe there's an event and the sponsors of the event might not have the funding to support more than one or two persons. But maybe one of our members of private sector can support that person. So that is the way we are looking at it. In fact, I don't know if any other country did a newspaper article, but we did a newspaper article. Basically, I wrote the story, but someone who I'm trying to get in our non-state actors journalist network published the story and made sure it was put on the national radio. And so I have the story here. I'm going to ask them to superimpose it on so you can see it. So, but that's the idea. The idea is to bring everybody together. And I'm so happy that we have our colleague, our brother from the parliament, because Burkina Faso is very involved with us. All of the 15 countries, well, most of the 15 countries are involved. We started with 7 countries. So you can learn something from West Africa. We started with 7, then we have brought everybody in and so forth. We have a little bit of difficulty because of our language barrier, but with parliamentarians coming in, we are hoping that we can use them to even bring it closer. So my thing is that try to establish inclusive national coalitions with everybody involved, and then work with the regional coalition. Because one of the reasons why we push for a regional coalition, because of our closeness, close relationship between us in West Africa. And so I don't want to say West Africa always leads, but the point is that's what. So to your question, the good thing is do it in your country, and then from your country to the regional, and then from the region to the continental. Thank you.
Thank you, my chair. Joe.
Thanks. I think he's taken most of my point. But just to add in terms of I think we have to, maybe the principle that we have to agree is diversity and embrace it. And then when you come together, we know that we have this coalition of the willing. I didn't see so much coming out in terms of the private sector, but I think we need to discuss it in terms of how we align, how we work, because we know for sure their interests might not be the interests that we have. I'm talking about the regional or private sector organizations. Like in the East Africa, I think we have the East African Business Council, well established and invited in all the meeting. But also in the Southern Africa, they're establishing now. These are the darlings now of the REX. But we need to continue pushing for the same. So how are we going to accommodate private sector and work with them moving forward? And then for the Southern Africa, Chikondi is here. I think the faith-based organizations are very, very important. But one point that I would like to make is in terms of how are we calling out, so that to avoid confusion, because we know there's one soul, West Africa, that is a civil society. In a way, we might be working with them moving forward. In East Africa, there is Yakso, and in Southern Africa, there is Sanex. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that we should not forget to say that we are the civil society, we are the
Non-state.
𝗕𝗶𝗃. So we have to, so that not to bring unnecessary confusion when you say we have the East Africa ECASA, that was brought by AUDAX again at the national level. It will be important to have, even if it's a loose coalition, but it's important to have the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 coalition also at the national level, connecting to the regional level. So if someone is attending at the AUC, might bring information to the regional, and the regional brings information to the national.
Go ahead. Oh, you're done. Okay, any more? Yes. Go ahead, please.
To be able to identify what are the issues. What are the issues? Since we are talking about, to strengthen our organization, to see how we can engage ECOWAS, African Union. Because I listened to her, she said we are scattered, and because of that scattered nature, we don't seem to be strong enough. So if in this meeting we're able to generate or itemize 1, 2, 3 issues that are responsible for our inactiveness, then those issues can be addressed. When next we are meeting, at least we know that we have tackled 1, 2, or 3 issues, and then we'll move forward. Because there will always be issues, and there will always be like minor differences. But we shouldn't allow all these ones to manifest too much to the extent that you take us away from the main objective of what we want to achieve. That's just my little contribution.
All right, thank you. Any more contributions? Honorable Agnes? Agnes, you want to say something? Can they give her a microphone? Thank you, Madam Agnes, for the contributions. And please, at this point, my chair, please, I'm not cutting you off. If you look at the agenda, after the next session, which is going to be very brief, we are still now going into thinking together practically. So some of these questions we are already answering is what we will answer in that next session. So please, I really appreciate all our contributions. So we'll make sure we note them down so that by when we're going into those specific discussions, we can all bring it out so that we are clear. But the idea is that we understand how this is expected to play out so that, you know, there won't be a misunderstanding from the initial set. And then again, governance in this kind of structure, what it does is that it helps us spread out. Like Agnes made a comment that at times you go to some places you don't even get to see evidence of this. Yes, it's possible, but remember, if we are able to get it right like this, here wouldn't be so much of a problem, because even when you don't have resources set aside somewhere to engage or support national blocks, it could trickle down from your engagement at this point. So some of the tactical tech team members or organizations might, for example, these organizations, for instance, where, for instance, Oxfam might not have resources to do work in SADC. Here, probably ActionAid, Trust Africa, for example, might have resources to engage. So they can put resources and make sure that it gets across to almost everybody there. The same would happen in ECOWAS. The same can also happen in EAC. And hopefully, as Panduleni has promised us, when we get the blocks, we can also use send with them. And by the time we keep doing this, definitely opportunities there. You understand? Opportunities of getting more resources will be there. Because if this thing is working well, funders will begin to see that, okay, if we channel money already through these technical teams, they can be told to specifically focus on strengthening this process and ensuring that this engagement takes place. I cannot, finish without telling you how much effort that has been put by this group to ensure that the dissemination of the BR3 was very robust. AUC might not have resources to disseminate BR in all the 55 African countries. They will rely on structures like the REX, non-state actors platforms, INGOs, different groups, farmer organizations, media groups to help disseminate this. And that's why it's inclusive. That's why we all have something to contribute. And I won't forget to also tell you that during engagements and discussions with the AUC, they also ask us to make commitments. They ask us to say, what will you bring on the table? You hear us saying things like we told them, if you remember, we gave them a feedback that we were promising that we were going to disseminate to non-state actors the BR report. We were going to share to Parliament the BR report in some of these regions, and we did. I remember we disseminated the BR to parliamentarians in Tanzania, and that was the first country dissemination. I cannot remember how many countries on their own, as a government, that disseminated the BR to their parliament. It was done by the non-state actors. Are we together? So that's how it works. But we can start gradually. Maybe for the 1 year, we strengthen our work in these 3 regions that we currently have, and we see how much impact we are making. And then as things goes by, we're able to deepen the participation and the engagement. So I beg that we stop here for now. Minutes. Please, we will still come back to this discussion. If you look at the agenda, all the questions we want to answer is there. So it really covers most of it. So please note it down. A comment. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think you have a very rich history and how you elaborated on it. I'm thinking, have you been able to document these things for future reference? That's something I think that we should be thinking about.
Yeah, so yes, we have the history. Even the history of the CNC I told you is documented, is online. You can access it. It's there. We documented as much as we can. But this particular process we are doing now, this revitalizing we are doing now, that is why we are trying to do a proper documentation starting with this meeting. So all this background, all this thinking through the structure, agreeing on ways of working, that's what we want to do at this meeting, so that by the time we finish this meeting, we have a written document that everybody can access and attest so that and wrote somewhere and wrote something. All of us. So, well, see you.
Thank you very much. We agree she's Madam History. I just have two announcements before we take the tea break. Number one, we really are a shared working group. So I have shared with everybody the folder that we'll be using for today and the Google Doc. You know we have been using Google Docs all along. So let's make sure we log in. If something isn't right, edit into it. This is not one person's thing. You are part of the history too. So do not say they wrote. If it is not we, then I don't know why we are here. So we are giving you full power to write, document, tell your story. That's number one. Is there anybody here who is not in the Amplifying WhatsApp group? How? Can we get him there now? Now. It is really the place that allows us to communicate as well. Please ensure then that we have your contacts in the NSA contact list as well, so that we ensure we are beginning to expand the network. That's why we are here. So those are my two announcements. Pay attention to the live meeting notes, or rather, I guess, a compilation of our thoughts that will take place in the WhatsApp group. And then right after break, thank you to everybody that had already spent some time thinking about the 3 survey questions. You'll get a chance to give us a summary in 2 minutes, and we'll document and think together about the patterns and lessons learned. So I think it's break time, and then we'll see each other shortly. Where is the time manager? Nanzala? It's 11:16, so I guess we have 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11:30.
Unafaa kuwa unapata kasawa hapo inakuja. Ni aje? Mambo? Ongeza. Yanasikika. 1 2. Ongeza. Gain. 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 Ongeza. Sauti. 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Check. Check. 1 2. 4 5 6 7. Kwa sawa? Iko mbali. One two, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Check this microphone. 1 2, 1 2. Check 1 2. Online checking. Online, online 1 2, 1 2. Check, check. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Check online. 1 2, 1 2. Check this mic. 1 2. Nasikika hapo. Umesikia? Nasikika. 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Oh. Check online 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 3. 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2.
We are back for the next session. Our area so I've reached my limit of chocolate. I think I gave everyone a number. Henry, you are 5. You are 4. You are 3. You are 2.
I was
Henry?
1.
No, you're not 1.
I is missing.
That's what I'm saying. I've given you a number. So I've reached my limit of 5 chocolates. Thank you very much. Okay, I would appreciate if we came back because the next session is actually not me to present, you to present.
Yeah. Am I the one distributing the chocolates?
System.
And then I keep one.
Oxfam sponsorship.
No, distribution.
We can't. My PowerPoint is not on the screen. We'll just have to. Is actually going to be. We are going to hear from everybody. Constance has constituency by constituency, and hear from you on 3 questions. And as we listen to the 3 questions, this is what I. Why am I echoing? I don't think this is off. Okay, my laptop can echo. I just want to make sure that Beatrice is in the room. Yeah. Can we try with Beatrice, who will be one of the people speaking? So Beatrice, you can turn on your camera and we can test your audio as I'm explaining what we're doing. So in the next 30 minutes, we are going to, at that point, ask ourselves, are there any patterns or lessons emerging as we listen to the wonderful things that the non-state actors have been doing over the past 1 year? Are there any patterns, any lessons that are emerging? That's what we would like you to note down as we go. But let me that's to help the microphone, maybe place in the room. Is this okay? So when we began at the BR3 launch, we had a pre-launch briefing with non-state actors to encourage you all to participate. We had a virtual pre-launch briefing. It was fantastic. It was followed by, in March, right after the launch, we had a media briefing. And we disseminated the BR3 to several journalists, regional, national journalists, working on food and agriculture. Then in August, we had this brilliant idea. We together designed the idea of bringing together the parliamentarians that are the ones in the countries with a mandate to utilize the BR evidence. And so the idea began. And as you can see in September, we actually had our first virtual meeting of the parliamentarians that have ended up becoming the leaders of the network. In November, we were supposed to meet in Johannesburg, and then as we all know, that didn't happen. So we had a virtual parliamentarian session at the partnership platform. And what was most significant about it, and for this I think we need to give a big round of applause to our favorite person in the AU, Panduleni. She has managed to take our good ideas when we meet every week and we sit together and we write documents. She's managed to take them up to the director and the commissioner within the CADAP leadership team, so much so
that they put an entire session focusing on how we can bring in the country parliamentarians at the virtual partnership platform. And you know the CADEP partnership platform is really the main decision-making tool of the CADEP. So that's a big deal. It's a big deal that we're able to influence their understanding of the significant role that the policymakers can make at the country level. And then, finally, just for the last 2 days, we finally held the first face-to-face meeting of country parliamentarians. This is what we've done together. And it has been fantastic. Each of us has played a role. I didn't know any parliamentarian from Malawi or Nigeria or Tanzania. We each played a role. This could never have happened if just Wasafiri. This is what coordinated working together looks like. So now we get to the next part. Sorry, I left my laptop on this side when I moved. So let me come back. So now we're going to hear from a few of us who sent in our messages, but we'll go through all of the networks that are part of non-state actors. And as we listen to them answer the 3 questions, note what is the pattern, what is the lesson that's emerging as we go. So the question that they answered in the survey is, how have non-state actors contributed to the utilization of and accountability for the BR1, BR2, and BR3 so far? And they were answering in 3 different areas. I've numbered them 2, 3. You can follow. Says my fantastic colleague from Ghana, Daniel Abankwa. Oh, you need this, I see. Will help us go through the 3 areas. So the 3 areas that you were answering was on what have you done in terms of that supporting data collection and valuation? What has been your contribution in data collection and valuation? The second thing, what has been your contribution towards mobilizing? So we are answering on 3 things. And what did you do in terms of remember, this was the beginning of example. So when he said, did they actually do anything about data collection? If it's a no, we put a no. They did something about evidence utilization, we put a yes. Have they done something to and grow their network? We put a okay? This is what we are going through, and we're going to do it very fast. So who is going to? I believe okay. Ghana then? Okay. Ghana. Okay. Where is Henry? Oh, he's doing interviews. Okay, let's go to someone else then. Okay, Faith. Okay, tell us. So give us in summary, answering the 3 questions. So you're telling us on how you contributed to collection, data collection, how you contributed to evidence use, and how you contributed to stakeholder mobilization. But they already answered. No. I should mention your answers are within the Google Doc. So you could read them also and prepare. So unfortunately, ECOWAS has to go first. But the next ones, you'll have, remember you actually answered these questions, right? So just remind yourself what you said.
Okay, based on the responses given by ECOWAS, okay, for BR1, okay, for data collection. So for data collection, yes, the ECONSA participated in data collection because well, not really data collection per se, because at the REC region, what they do is to validate data given by countries within this process of the CADEP. So there was that consultations where they had representation from all the stakeholders. The non-state actors were represented, ECOSA was represented, and there were that meetings where they reviewed what countries had submitted, and where there were gaps and things were not captured, yes, those information was provided. Yes, the evidence used in terms of advocacy or in terms of data. Okay, for the BR3, ECONSA, with the support of ECOWAS Commission, had dissemination of the BR results from the 15 countries and the economic representative, and then the ECONSA team also presented their own, challenges and recommendations that they feel was contained in the result 3. Then they also participated in some of the critical analysis working group, because some of the ECONSA members were integrated into the different technical working groups on the different performance category area. So yes, that was part of it. Then countries were encouraged to ensure that they pick the recommendations of the AU to their countries of the feedback. Unfortunately, there was a plan to that didn't happen, but there's also interface, or rather discussion with them, that there will be an opportunity to share with them what has happened. So that's what.
Thank you very much. ECOWAS, I wanted it to go fast because obviously maybe you're doing more than the other regions, so that they're a good example. But now, is it clear what we are all doing? So in 1 minute, you tell us on the 3 things. Let's go to EAC next. Who is Agnes?
Yes, sir.
The at the regional level, I must confess, there was change in parliament within the same time. COVID also came on board, and such drew us a little back, and of course the loss of our champion, Honorable Kasamba, who went to be with the Lord. But also before that, at least we weren't so much hands-on with the regional, validation processes, because I was using particularly the tracking from Uganda, and we realized there was a rush on the deadline late, so we never had a lot of engagement at the regional level. But at the national level, the non-state actors working the population of the report, but our information and contributions could not meet the parameters as non-state, so we could not bring validation meeting. We had the desire, we have had discussions of this report among ourselves in our own group, because we based on it to build our position paper in the last year's joint agricultural annual review meeting. That's the decision we took as the working group, that we use the BR. Our position is premised on the principles and framing of the CADAP, and then we align with what government had said to do in the previous year. We have not had an opportunity to take this BRR to the floor of parliamentary among the parliamentarians, although we had the first pioneer concept of taking this report to Parliament. We were curtailed in the process when the BRR reached to our, the cadre focal person reached to our potential funder for that activity, claiming that whatever we are planning to do is their duty and mandate, and they should be left to do it. So we have left them to do it, but the news is that they have not done it because they never had intentions to do it anyway. So that's where we are, and we are still committed. We have decided we are going to go back door. Hope the windows don't have ears here. We are going to go back door and instead ask the Committee of Parliament to demand from the Minister to bring the BR report to the committee. Maybe that way it will work. The other usual or normal way did not work.
Okay. So to be clear, we are at no kind of yes. No, we are being very honest. Are we at so on BR day?
Should I say the standards of the data that they want populating the report.
So maybe we say maybe.
Maybe.
There was effort, so we say maybe.
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
So then on evidence use, you had a virtual meeting. So
on the evidence use, yes, we have
but
a virtual
not
meeting.
with the parliamentarians.
But also using it, that one put a yes because we have also used it in our position paper.
Okay.
For the mutual accountability platform.
And the increasing your network, what was your stakeholder mobilization like?
The private sector is still weak, but we have the media, we have the civil society.
So do we give her a yes or a maybe on the third one? Yes. We are being so
and you don't
go the network. I want because I wanted to talk about. Will you talk about SADC and she talks about Malawi? Okay. I want to check that Beatrice is able to talk to us. Hi, Beatrice. Okay, you can be concerned as Beatrice is coming on. Please allow her, give her, let's check if the live stream is actually working.
I actually think that the original maybe, kind of, yes, should be allotted to EAC because it was clear that regional no, but that's what she did. Yeah.
So you're right. So we are doing regions first, and then we'll come to individual countries. Okay. So we go on there. Beatrice. Beatrice. Trust Africa. She has been working with Chikondi very closely. The Malawian parliamentarians were amongst our champions. I want to check if she's able to talk to us. Okay, in the meanwhile, are you on mute, Beatrice? Complex. Live stream.
Yeah, so at the SADC level, since we started this process together, so far we have utilized the process in validation, do a stakeholder management engaged at country level through our network for Panapan. So they have national networks that engaged and were included in the process throughout. When we check with the cadre focal persons for each of the countries in SADC, their point of contact was the Fanapan node. So civil society has been at that national level engaged. Is that level of appreciation to everyone that we were part of the process. So that's data and validation.
Hello? Hi Ruth, can you hear me?
Post the BR launch. So on the data collection part,
can you hear me?
They were there. It's just a matter of us as civil society, how accountable are we with each other.
So we should say yes and not no.
Yes. Okay. Because when we talked to the cadet focal persons, each country, they did have an invitation list, and then state actors were invited. So we were.
You participated. Okay. And then on the dissemination, we can say yes. I know there was definitely a meeting.
Yes, there were meetings.
There was a physical meeting. I remember some photographs and videos.
Yes.
And then on the widening of your stakeholders.
Widening of the stakeholders, no. So far what we have been doing is riding on the efforts of the regional integration strategic plan. So there is a RISTIP network that has been created with support of SADC CNGO.
Yeah.
So that's what we have been riding and trying to find a way of having our own agenda at Cardiff level, which we haven't yet done. But so far we could say we have.
Hi Ruth.
Yes.
Hello Ruth, can you hear me?
Kind of. Okay.
She's online.
Hi Beatrice, go
Hello,
ahead.
Hi Ruth, can you hear me? Okay, so I think there's I didn't quite hear all of it from Chikondi, but maybe we can just do add based on the 3 key areas. One was on the sensitization. I think is there an echo?
It's fine, we can hear you. One was, keep going.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I think for one was really creating awareness on the BR process, because what we noted earlier was also that a lot of our local civil society organizations would have just heard about the Cardiff processes and not really being engaged in the Cardiff processes like the JSR or maybe the sector working groups. So my price was really just to create that awareness, and we did this together with the Cardiff focal points, as well as maybe just really to demystify what does the BR process really mean and what are the points of key engagement. And when the first BR report had come out, what was noted was that then we had to do some advocacy in terms of validation of that report at that point, because the report had already been released. So it was now to include at least a more inclusive process that included the farm organizations as well as some non-state actors into validating the report. So at that point, that's when I think it was noted in terms of the data gaps, and I think there was a lot of questioning that how is this indicator reported so poor? How is the data collection methodologies done? Who is collecting the data, and what are the key sources of data? So at that point, I think that's when we had noted that mostly it was indeed just collecting information of what government had implemented. So they
I think you were
be reflected in the highlight. Yes, so I think that was now the voice of civil society coming in to strengthen that process. And our work together with the civil society agriculture network was now to pull the non-state together also to start also now reporting according to the PR indicators or the NIP investment areas, so that at least the data is more collected. Then we had supported a process where the data collections from the different sources, including the NSOs, the research institutes, the independent research think tanks, to come together to just go through what is being reported. So that was one in terms of awareness, but also in strengthening the data collecting methodologies and the reporting methodologies. And then also the other process was now to marry the two processes, because we noted that a lot of our non-state actors, we are into budget advocacy, but mostly not reflecting on the indicators and also even the reporting towards the the JSR was reporting but not reflecting into the BRR report. So it would just reflect on either the NIPE areas, but not making a connection between the two, what we are having as our NIPE reports and the monitoring and evaluation framework that has been developed with the annual, with the BRR indicator tracking system that is in place. So I think that's where we zeroed into that, and that's where also even our connection with Parliament has come through that when we are looking at them bringing in oversight, is to bring in oversight that is evidence-based, but also looking at what are the indicators saying, and then tracking those towards that. So I think in a nutshell, to add, based on what we had submitted earlier, is on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. One final question. Hold out about Malawi. So, Malawi, how was?
I can hardly hear you. I can hardly hear you now.
An organization in Malawi, just very briefly.
Sorry, I can hardly hear you.
Then it's thank you so much. Let's have Chikondi give us that when we get to it. Okay. I'm running out of time. So, but let's at least get to the quality.
I can't hear you.
That's fine, Beatrice. You can mute her now, please. Let's go to the youth. Emmanuel. BR data collection, BR evidence use, mobilization in 30 seconds.
Well, if you're talking about the BR3, we can say kind of, because it was not traceable.
Anticipated, but the signs of your presence were not seen in the report.
It was not representative.
Oh,
and
it was not.
One was
evidence use. Did you have a dissemination event?
Well, if you're talking about kind of in the collection, then this is also kind of.
But you did have you had some virtual, several virtual disseminations with the different youth organizations.
Yes, you did. But you know, it's different when you have that kind of engagement and you find that it's only one or two people
that follow up.
Exactly.
Okay. So fine. So we are on kind of, and then on increasing your.
Now that is where stakeholders. Now that is where now we have a lot of power.
Okay,
and I would
so
say
that's a yes. Okay.
I would say yes there because going into the BR4, we are more organized. 205 organizations here.
Yeah, yes, it's youth, not Kenya. So no, he's youth. Yes. So let's go to media. Who will speak on your behalf? Are they here? Interview. So what will speak for that?
Okay, for the smallholder women farmers, yes. The first one is yes.
So it's kind of yes.
Yes, the first one is yes, but maybe I don't want to say yes completely because we at the regional level, at least I'm sure about ECOWAS, they had representation because we had the women farmers group represented at that level. But then in country, some of the countries we can attest women farmers played a role, but because you can't say that for all the countries, so it would be kind of.
Okay. So we say kind of there.
Yes.
And then
where is this cursor now?
I don't know. Where?
No,
okay.
Kind of in number 1. Yes.
So we are in yeah, and then the evidence.
The same thing.
Kind of.
Yes.
Mobilization, increasing the size of the network, the people participating.
Kind of again because we can attest for all the countries.
Okay, fine. Let's go country by country. We'll go very quickly.
I think Ghana is first. Kenya is first. Okay. So Kenya is first. I guess Nanzala, do you want to speak or I speak? Okay. So Kenya, we did participate in BR data collection validation, so that's a yes. BR evidence dissemination, that's a no. We have kept waiting for an appointment. It's really just the stakeholders are not coming together correctly. So I would even say for the middle one is a no and the third one is a maybe. We are beginning to work together, but it's not that great yet. Tell us about Ghana as you type for yourself.
Yeah, thank you. For Ghana, for data collection, yes, we do, because the ministry have set up a technical team made up of all stakeholders, including the farmer organizations, CSOs, and then we meet to collate, validate, approve data before it's submitted to the Audit Commission. So that was done. Yeah, yes. For evidence use, yes, we use that for the naives and the current, the current agricultural policy that we are currently developing. For the stakeholder, I would say kind of, we have a database of the stakeholders here, but in terms of strengthening them and elevating them, that's what we are here to improve upon. That's kind of, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Yes. So. Yes. So. Yes. Both data collection, validation, dissemination. But interestingly, in terms of data collection, we had to use the non-state actors biannual value addition toolkit to collect our own data across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The idea was to be able to capture the lived reality of smallholder farmers, especially women on ground, because we also realized that the indicators, most of the indicators won't really tell you what is on ground. For instance, in terms of financial inclusion, so they were tracking it with a number of farmers with bank accounts. So there were a lot of things that needs to come. And the data we
so
collected...
basically you're telling us you had more success with getting your data in than Uganda?
Yes. Okay. And also, it also provided our own real data in terms of what is on ground that we are now using to influence the key areas investment needs to be put into in terms of achieving the commitments, and in terms of priority areas where there are gaps that the government at federal, state and local level should be investing in. And it's been interesting because the government is also buying into those discussions and trying to follow some budget lines we are proposing.
Okay, evidence. So are you going to tell us about your evidence use and network increasing?
Yes, so in terms of mobilization, right? Yeah, so we're able to work with other stakeholders. For the data collection, we actually work with smallholder women farmers, CSOs, the media, and the youth groups across Nigeria to do that data collection. We also collaborated with federal ministry for even the validation, and we were able to also involve those that couldn't come physically to connect online, including different groups around the country. And also in terms of the dissemination, we actually collaborated with the government to also do the official dissemination.
And I think, BR4 data collection is starting. So there is room to hear from the star countries, the ones who have succeeded, and figure out what we can learn from them in terms of these three things we are talking about. So thank you very much. Who is next? Tanzania. Oh, there you go.
Yes, for Tanzania, big yes.
Do you hear how we East Africans say Tanzania?
Yeah. Tanzania. Yeah, it's a big yes for data collection, yeah, mobilization and utilization. And under the data collection, we also used the BR value addition toolkits, where we engaged all NSAs, media, smallholder farmers, and the other CSOs. But we also developed where we generated the evidence-based information, which we used to engage the members of parliament, the champions MP, the sectoral ministries, and under the evidence also, as a part of the engagement, we also developed a policy brief and published on the local newspaper. And for stakeholders mobilization, we mobilized the agriculture and state agriculture coalition. It has several organizations. ANSAF is part of the, is a member, Oxfam, Policy Forum, Forum CC, Tanzania Agriculture Journalists Forum, and the TGNP and Forum CC. And Action Aid. Yes. And yeah, the women's farmers were the one who were actually taking lead on all these engagement, having generating evidence from the mobilization, generating of evidence, engagement with the duty bearers, sectoral ministries, and parliamentarians. They had been on top of this agenda.
Okay.
And also having media. It was a
okay. So the details are in this Google document right below, or everything you have shared with me is pasted right down there. So he can, no, but I want him to go into the document and fill it in himself. We won't go into that detail now. I will pause and ask ourselves, lesson, pattern that's emerging when we think about those things. Data collection for the biennial review. Ensuring that when the results are out, that evidence is actually used for accountability. And then bringing together other non-state actors, other stakeholders that can do this. What are the lessons or the patterns that we are seeing? And should I hand over to you, or should I continue with the following the answers? Okay, let me finish. Okay. So are there any lessons or patterns emerging? Yes, so I just want to know how many people want to speak. We can start with our honorable head of the peasant farmers in Burkina.
Je voudrais d'abord faire un commentaire par rapport aux informations qui ont été données. Il est vrai que je fais partie de l'ECOWAS et les informations par rapport au... Yes, c'est vrai. Mais il ne faut que nous oublions que l'agrégation des informations que vous avez eues au niveau régional comporte des difficultés au niveau national des pays. J'ai cette information pour la simple raison que je fais partie de l'équipe technique nationale qui est chargée de collecter les informations, de les traiter et de les partager dans le cadre sectoriel de dialogue que nous organisons chaque année. Alors, c'est le lieu quand même de partager ces difficultés avec vous, parce que pour arriver à collecter les informations, d'abord au niveau de certains pays, c'est la périodicité à laquelle les informations sont collectées pose des problèmes par rapport au sectoriel. Parce qu'il faut que des informations soient collectées, qu'ils soient traitées, qu'ils soient même d'abord validées au niveau sectoriel avant d'être agrégés pour être transmis pour utilisation. La deuxième chose, c'est la multiplicité des indicateurs qu'il faut renseigner. Alors, quand vous aviez aussi un travail gigantesque comme celui-là à faire, et que vous n'avez pas des équipes mobiles à l'interne motivées pour la collecte des informations, il va se dire qu'il va y avoir des fuites d'informations ou de la rétention à certains moments d'informations. Nous qui sommes des acteurs non étatiques, on a même été obligés au niveau de notre pays de faire de la pression pour que l'État, à travers son sectoriel, puisse apporter des moyens pour la collecte de ces informations. Et même au niveau des acteurs non étatiques, alors, c'est très difficile, il faut le relever. Mais le peu que nous avons pu y faire, nous avions reçu très souvent l'évaluation au niveau régional. Ça nous a permis d'utiliser ces informations dans le cadre sectoriel de dialogue qui est quand même un espace de haut niveau où tous les niveaux du développement rural participent. Parce que simplement il y a des évidences un point et une vision générale pour la modernisation de l'agriculture dans notre village. Et 30% qui permet aux acteurs non étatiques de plaidoyer avec les évidences. On puisse voir comment accompagner les pays afin de pouvoir mobiliser effectivement des résultats, des informations fiables d'abord et au temps pour pouvoir participer.
And I think we will actually compile and actually have a document that puts together the best practices on data collection, use, and mobilization and all these things in the other countries, because the whole idea is that we learn from one another. So that's a good thing to note. Sorry? We are now in a summary section called, are there any patterns or lessons? We are done with the table for now. You can fill it in directly. You have access to the Google Doc. So, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's good to have someone sitting next to me who actually worked on the BR technical team collecting data. I'd like to remind everybody that that process is government-led. Non-state actors only provide backstopping support if you are permitted to participate.
Henry, are you responding to a pattern or a lesson? I'm going to do this for the rest of you as well.
Can you give me a chance to finish?
Oh, okay, thank you.
So when I listen to you, it's almost as if this is a process that is non-state actors led. It's a process that non-state actors participate in. And the lessons that we have learned, basically because of the involvement of ECOWAS, all of the countries have the same issues, the availability of data. And that is the key lesson, the funding of or creation of a data system, that data will be readily available. Then at the BR, we are running around looking for data. If you, when we had our meeting in Abidjan last year, this was one of the things that almost all of the countries in West Africa spoke about. Like my colleague on this, next to me said, the challenges are great. So the last thing is, one of the key providers of data are left out. They are left out, the private sector. The private sector is the one that is generating most of the data. So the lessons, I would say, is that the lack of the availability of the data, and the lack of funding for data, and the challenges in collecting data at the wrong time. Data should be available and just be provided. Thank you.
That's an excellent point, but I'm going to rephrase it and say that there is room for us to learn from the best practices of countries that have successfully contributed to the government-led BR data collection. As non-state actors, there are things that we can do to support and improve the quality of the data that was collected, as Tanzania and Nigeria has given us good examples of. We'll go to Chikondi, and then I saw several hands this way.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the patterns that we have observed in the BR3 is when we had this session with the 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗃 people from countries, they all shared that they had engaged with non-state actors. But when you go at the country level, it seems like nobody knows, except that one person who was in that JCR or the data collection process. So that's one thing, that the lesson is, when we are called into these spaces, the aspect of bringing it back to the rest of the team is important, because we keep backing to say, we are not engaged, and yet evidence shows we are engaged. You know, I was with Panduleni in that meeting, and it was clear there was that effort from governments to engage non-state actors. It is really on us to say, how do we organize better? The second thing that we noted was those people that are invited into those spaces, they go unprepared mostly. So that's why the data that we present, we didn't have, we need to meet as non-state actors at country level, agree on where we are feeding into the indicators before going into that huge platform. But what happens is it's one-day meeting. Usually, maybe sometimes it's a delegated task from an executive director of that organization to someone, and that person has no idea. They don't understand the technicalities, and in the end, we lose out on that space of provision of data. There's only one 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗃 person for each country, and that person dedicates just one day for all of you. And if you go there without knowing how even the joint sector review, when it happened, maybe there was someone else who went to that meeting, they provided data, they didn't provide feedback to the rest of the team. Then there's the next process, they invite someone, no feedback, even just to alert the team that we are going to this meeting. That's not done. So it was really left on us to say, we really want to work with the civil society, with the non-state actors, but do come prepared. And finally, we were providing policy position papers under each result area. And those policy position papers, we would come with the departments at country level, share the results, but that's where it stops. We would have sort of like that, what we call an interface meeting. There's no follow-up after that. And even the departments, when it's time to feed into the data, what we discussed during that interface meeting is forgotten. So we need to move from having like event ish type of interaction into the BR and find a way how we can be fully engaged, how we can be transparent and accountable amongst ourselves. In that way, it is easier. Because it was really shocking and embarrassing when we went there to say, you don't engage civil society. And they were like, oh, we can show you the list. Who was this? In this country, we had, it was, I think, only one country. I think it was Mauritius, but we also didn't, like, that kind of didn't have a representative from the non-state actors because we don't know who we can engage yet.
Okay, so Daniel, the point is how to organize better. So maybe put us as number 3, and you can see that you have put 4 points. We're not really capturing them. So could you kindly go into the document and write so that all those, like, because we need to address those challenges. We need to ensure that that we are actually talking to each other, that we are following up, that we are linking together. How do we organize better? You have very good points. Ensure that they are captured here because if you don't write them yourself, they might not be captured.
All right, thank you. I really loved the points she shared because that's basically the major issues we have. Because like I always tell colleagues, in terms of mobilization of groups and movements and networks, it will only start with 1 or 2 persons being interested and committed. Then you bring in every other person. The idea is leaving no one behind. You are invited, you drag the next person. You are invited, you drag the next person drags the next person. You can start up with having, you don't have to have a dedicated resources or a funder. If 3 of us from this meeting are from the same country, as we live here, we exchange numbers. We create a WhatsApp group, drop information there. You're already a group. You begin to talk to each other. I bring 2 persons, you bring 2 persons, she brings 2 persons. We form a network. I want to go anywhere, I drop something on that group. We all begin to talk to each other. Like that, things will move. But if we still keep coming to these meetings, telling us, I said it when I started, we need to be honest and really genuinely committed that we want to move these actions forward. If not, go grab your teacup, take style and wazzle out. But if we finish this meeting and still do the same things, so we find out that we have the same issues. Another thing I wanted to mention again is, just like everybody is complaining about the quality of data and
okay, yeah.
The one we generate, like I know that Agnes shared that their data was rejected. We experienced the same thing in Nigeria in the I think BR1 or 2, BR2. After spending so much money generating information, feeling excited that we've done something good. They appreciated the effort, but they said there are guidelines on what to collect and how to collect it. So that if it doesn't meet those guidelines, it will just be an activity that will not yield anything. So they guided us. So the second BR, the third BR, was under the guidance of the Ministry of Agriculture. So that at the end of the day, whatever we generated was used as a country data. And they even wrote a letter to appreciate that process. So we need to communicate with the right officials. Whether we like it or not, the BR is driven by the government. Yeah. So we need to participate with them. Are we together? So we don't just run and say, even analyzing the data and doing those things is not our work. Just provide the information. They have the experts that are trained to analyze them, and so just follow the tactics, read the indicators, know what you're collecting. At times, you can have comments to make in terms of, that is where I get to my last point. You heard Tanzania and Nigeria mention the VAP toolkit. The VAP toolkit is value addition based biannual review toolkit. This was developed by non-state actors led by ActionAid, and the idea was when the BR started, when the BR1 happened, we felt that the non-state actors were not properly integrated into the process. The thing was very technical. We didn't even understand how it was going. And then if you are going to use the technical way to generate data from the public or from the citizens, it should make sense that they understand how to do it. So we worked with other organizations, the CNC, Oxfam, Trust Africa, and the rest of them, and all non-state actors we were able to get from 17 countries. And we worked together and developed a toolkit that made it very easy, you know, to generate information that could feed into the BR. We deployed it. The second BR, we deployed it in Nigeria, Tanzania, Kenya. I think Uganda couldn't because they were not allowed. But please, this particular toolkit is already approved and accepted by the AUC. It's on their website. You can go look for it there, and we can also send out that link maybe after this meeting. It's easy to use, and it also helps you, you know, it has a template where you can summarize your thoughts as a group, so that whatever it is you do can be.
Thank you. Thank you. Where is your laptop? I just want to make sure you put your points into the Google Doc. Thank you. Sorry, let me count the final hands as we are concluding. I see 1, 2, 3. That's it? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. So let me just also mention that, like in the second BR, why the data was rejected, not that the data wasn't good, but we actually, because of resources, did try to pick one state per geopolitical zone. So Nigeria is big. So what they said was that that data cannot really represent what is in Nigeria. So the next one, we had to look for resources to do all the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. So, and also just to mention that we need to rethink and find ways. The truth is that if NSAs are going to be able to really influence this and even utilize the outcomes, we need to have enough resources to do that. We need to have enough resources for data collection, analysis, and also to facilitate policy influencing spaces. I mean, we need to just think about that. And also, food for thought. We need to also reflect here and maybe take 1 or 2 indicators, even within the indicators for the countries are reporting to see whether it really captures, because at times you see where they say a country is on track, like the last BR scorecard, but you know that, I mean, it's not possible. Like for instance, in the last BR, the third BR, Nigeria was said to be on track on poverty reduction. You know, meanwhile, I mean, it wasn't realistic. So I was wondering how come. So maybe maybe you might start thinking about that. So, and there are many other indicators that are not realistic. Like I mentioned, if you talk about financial inclusion and access to credit, they are counting how many farmers that have bank account. You can have bank account and you're not even using it. You don't have access to credit and so on. So there are other indicators like that that we might need to reflect and engage with AU, you know, to see how those things, because I mean, a country can come out with, I mean, when the scores come out, a country might be looking good on paper that they are making progress. Meanwhile, nothing is happening. So there are some indicators like that, and we need to think around that. I think there's one other thing that might
come back. Well, I'll come back to you, but no, I won't come back to you. We have a Google Doc.
I think from me, I'll talk from the perspective of the media. And from what is coming out here, it's clear that the media plays a key role in this process of data collection. And also, when you talk about, because you're collecting the data to farmers, it is good to use the media who can easily communicate to the farmers in a language that they understand. So I think, for me, media engagement is key in this process. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Let me just make a small clarification. So, usually, nobody actually collects data. What they do is they compile data from the tools, the national tools that actually exist. This is why it requires large stakeholder mobilizations and reviews and things like that. What I think is the strength of the media, and you're very right, you are central to this, is how are you utilizing the tools you have to communicate on this evidence, especially the gaps they're talking about. I mean, how on earth can Nigeria be on track? We know the reality on the ground does not match. Is that being reported? Are we recognizing where the dissonance might be and how it can be fixed on the next one? I feel like we are in the age of evidence and information. So this is really an important tool that can drive the conversations that you're having on different key issues. So you're a key partner for sure.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak to three things. Number one, I think today we need to reflect on the BR cycle, the chart. You know, the chart, we draw it like a pie and get to know what happens where, and we evaluate our strengths and capacities and see where best can we invest. If we are not really very good at data, we need to know if we go at that particular segment of data collection and populating the report, what exactly are we going there to do? Because there is participation and being participated, present as opposed to absent. That brings in the issue where somebody said, non-state actors participated. The list is here. Is their participation just a list of people who attended as opposed to being absent? I think the fact that we do not have all of the resources and the muscle, we need to reflect on that chart and then say where do we commit ourselves to contribute and what do we need to do that. Secondly, truth also be said, because we said this was a truth-telling space, the issues of our capacity. I know many of us, I, Constance and others, we are not looking like this by the first BR, but we are going to the fourth BR. And where are the other generations that are coming? You know, where are they? And they are footloose. They are here and there. So the issues of capacity building to be able to understand. I was reflecting on the puzzle that was given. And it is the true reflection of what exactly what we are dealing with is. It's not a straight line. Sometimes it is moving from east to west, from down to up, from diagonal, from whatever. It is so flipped that we really have to reflect on our capacity and growing that capacity, which is a continuous process. And finally, again related to that too, and somebody, I think Tikondi was saying, how do we integrate BR in our daily work that we do? And we don't do BR work just as our cadet focal persons do back home. They wait for that signal that, hey, the data collection is on, and then there is some panic around that. They throw the report and go back to other business. And it could also be true that that is what we also do. And yet this is a continuous, rigorous process that you can't do because there is a project. And if we convince ourselves that we are committed to this process, I think harmonizing and being hoped to integrate the BR process with what we are doing on a daily basis will keep us on that treadmill of the BR, because to me it's a continuous process. You doze a bit, you're going to find a basket of excuses.
Yes, thank you. No, it's just 4 pointers, and it's just to respond to some of the responses quickly. The first was the issue on, you know, how realistic are these indicators? And this is actually the reason why we have a process called critical analysis, which happens always immediately after a report is released, right? And what do we do in that? It's really taking stock of what went well, what did not work well, how can we improve it, specifically with the focus of our indicators, right? So yes, I will take that message, but it's just to also indicate already that, as I said before, 𝗕𝗶𝗃 in particular, inclusivity is quite necessary, and all of you are usually part and parcel of this critical analysis, so that we can hear your voice where you would say that this indicator may exist, but could you perhaps have it as a silent indicator, because nobody is able to collect it, and even if it's collected, it's not going to give the reality picture of where we want to be. So that is just one. And by the way, for your information, and please be strong, for this new 4th BR cycle, in case you have not yet gotten all the information, we have 12 new indicators. Let's carry on. Secondly, quickly, my lady here is gone, talked about, you know, the media. Again, I just wanted to say, I earlier on indicated that we have a new technical working group called Communication and Advocacy, and that is where this group of media are members too. I'm sure Sydney, Charles, they are members to the technical working group. So we have sorted you out in terms of ensuring that your needs and your voice is heard within the 𝗕𝗶𝗃 processes. The third was, I think, yes, Madam Agnes was talking about us doing the pie chart, and I just wanted to say that I will share with you, AU network is off since yesterday. I need to share with you, perhaps you do have it already. I know we will not have enough time, but we have the final 4th BR roadmap cycle. Yeah? And that actually I could quickly just show you as to what is happening when, up until next year, when we even officially hand over the 4th report to the heads of state. And lastly, yeah, it was the issue of capacity, and you said it so well. Yes, we recognize the youth, the farmers, the non-state actors. When it comes to the BR capacity building, there are 2 levels. There are those where we're talking deep, diving rather, not talking, but diving deep into the statistical part of the indicators. And the time is always a question is, do we need the non-state actors on this or not, right? Because we know that you are not, your main purpose of supporting the BR is not at that level, because then we have to take you back to school, right? It's really that technical. But that there is another level where we would want to engage you, just to make you understand that when we are saying biofortification, from a layman's point of view, what does that mean? And how does this relate to agricultural transformation? So I need to mention this, because at times somebody will say, oh, Panleng, you guys, you have this meeting. The non-state actors were not there, or the youth wasn't. Yes, it's because of the level of what we are discussing. But when we need you, we do make sure that you are part and parcel. Thank you.
Andulani doesn't think we know what biofortification is. Thank you very much, Pandulani. She knows, I'm joking. Thank you very much. I know we are having that feeling. I'm guessing we are having that feeling where we haven't really fully touched on everything. But the point of this session was to get a sense of what is going on. We meet every single Wednesday at 9 GMT. Is it 9? It's 2 p.m. EAT, which means it's 11 GMT. Every single Wednesday for an hour. These are the opportunities we're going to make use of to do a session on best practices for data collection, to do a session that allows us to go into depth. This is why we have a formula for working together. So it's okay. We will deal with that feeling. The more you engage, the more you know, the more meaningful our contribution can be. I am really sorry to my co-facilitators for surpassing the time. Is it on the Google Doc? Yes.
What I realized from the conversation, and I'm glad my brother from Nigeria touched on it,
if you have not actually worked on the BR, collecting data and validating, you will not understand. So what I suggest is that at one of our sessions, we pull out one of the sheets, the document that calculates what are the indicators and go through it so you can understand what it entails. He mentioned one on post-harvest losses. Basically, there's no information that you can use on post-harvest losses. And I can say this because I'm one of the regional technical experts, and I work on the validation of ECOWAS. And the countries that perform well, even I think Constance can back me up, it was non-state actors that presented the first, in its draft form, the first BR. And I think I was the person that wrote the first analysis of the BR. And what you will find, like for Rwanda for issue, Rwanda performed best, but there's some issues Rwanda did not perform well. There's some issues that, even though Ghana was not up there, but there's some issues that Ghana performed even better than Rwanda. So for us, we who are sitting here and talking about the BR, if we're really serious, one of the first capacity building activities we should engage in is to look at the actual work of doing the BR, look at it, look at the issues, the questions that are asked, and then we'll understand how the process works. Until then, we'll just be talking. Thank you.
Much for that. Like 𝗕𝗶𝗃 said, it's an ongoing discussion. And because we have our weekly online meetings, we'll continue learning, and trying to be better. So can we give her a round of applause? Okay, so I like NSA meetings because we're always very committed, and at times, we can always forfeit our lunch. Okay, don't mind me, I'm joking. Okay, now we are running a bit late on time, but I'm sure we'll try to make it up because some of the discussions we are having are kind of related. We were supposed to go into thinking together practically, but now we are going to think practically and think in smaller groups so that we can be fast. So now we need to agree. Our lunch is supposed to be by 1. Do we delay it a little bit, or what do we suggest? A little bit. What time? Okay, so what's the time? Okay, so what we'll do, let's divide ourselves into groups. Then look at these questions. When it's 10 minutes past 1, we go for lunch and try to come back on or before 2 so that we can continue in our group work. So we'll take numbers, and I noticed that we start according to like I know when this group was interpreting, or rather when they were at this table, when they were introducing, it seemed like they were all coming from ActionAid. This table was coming from Oxfam. This table was the orphans table. I don't know who gave birth to them. So, but this time around we are going to mix up so that we can have a very interactive group. So we are going to take numbers 1 to 3. I think 3 groups will be good. So we take numbers 1 to 3. 3. Try. 3. 1. Joe? 1. Agnes? Are you for 22? Francine? 3. Are you not part of us? Yeah, 1. Who else? Okay. So we have group 1 to 3. We will break into the groups. Maybe just go into the groups so that we can set tone on how we want to respond to these questions. Yes. So we'll set tone on how we want to take care of these issues. We would do this, but I'm sure if you really do a very quick and brief discussion, going straight to the point without having all the background information or background debates, we can actually finish before we go for at least responding to the questions, so that when we come back, we will now begin to discuss our submissions. So each group, the idea is for us to identify a coordinated way to support our in-country driving the 𝗕𝗶 and BR agenda. So we're going to look at how do we mobilize and keep the NSAs focused on 𝗕𝗶 BR work. That's number 1. Number 2, so for each one, just discuss them, put bullet points on what you are saying and make it very clear so that it will not be misunderstood. If you are saying we should be jumping up, just say we should be jumping up. But don't just say stretch your hand and then do it like this. Just go straight to the point so that it's very clear. Then the second question will be, how do we build relationships with national level parliamentarians that will lead to evidence-guided policy progress? Because we've all agreed that it's important that we involve our parliamentarians, you know. And it's good we answer this question now, because by the time we do the next session, which is going to share the feedback from the engagement with the parliamentarians, then we would have been prepared to take on the assignment that they've given us. And then again, we are going to look at how are we going to coordinate with the 𝗕𝗶 focal points on our country priorities in terms of integrating our BR evidence into the NIVES, the joint sector reviews. I know most of the countries have not even had joint sector reviews in a very long time. Even some countries have not reviewed their NIVES. And even some of us sitting down here don't even know whether it exists or not. Some of us are not even aware that there are joint sector reviews. So this will now make us begin to think of how to engage in that process. And finally, how are we, or do we already have useful tools for in-country analysis using the BR? So for some of us that have, so the idea is that we have a mixed group. So you are not responding as a country, but as a group. So you can pick up from experiences on what you're already doing to respond to that question. So that when you come back, we shouldn't do this for more than 15 minutes. So that when we come back and we integrate this, then we now finalize our discussion we started earlier on how we, work as a group and how we drive our platform of amplifying the BR. Is that okay? So now is what time? I'm coming. 12:52. So 15 minutes is like, okay, till 10 past 1. All right.
Number 3, I think I would suggest that we change how can we use the JSR to be integrated into the BR. Because it's the JSR that informs the BR. So we have it backwards.
No, I don't understand. Can you repeat the question?
I'm suggesting that we talk about JSR being integrated into the BR, and BR being integrated into the JSR. Because the JSR that informs the thing.
I somehow don't agree, because it's a cycle. So you generate information during the JSR to feed it into the BR.
Yes.
At the same time, the gaps and lessons from the current BR and the report is feed back into the JSR and discussed, and it's a cycle. So it's a two-way thing. So already now, what we'll be thinking of doing now is how do, BR4 is already started. Countries and regions will start planning to do their JSR. We've learned lessons from BR3. Going into BR4, we need to integrate the challenges and maybe probably new ideas into the BR4. And we can only do that by reflecting it during the JSR. Because the idea is to run with the time. What you said is correct, but at this point in time, what will be coming up now is the JSR for the BR.
Yes.
So
that's why I made a comment.
The comment you made is correct, but this, what we wrote here is equally correct.
Okay.
But you know, he raised the comment, so we need to be clarified so that people know what they are responding to. So the idea is that if you are able to bring out the issues or evidence of what this current BR is showing, how do we integrate it when we do the next joint sector reviews? And for countries that are yet to do their naives or in the process, how do we integrate this? Because if there are gaps, it has to be corrected with the naives and during the joint sector reviews. So please, let's do the group work. If you have additional information for us, it's equally accepted. So you have like less than 15 minutes, so that by 1:10 we go down to second floor to eat our food.
accompagnant l'agriculture à partir de Malabo.
Non-state actors.
What does that say?
So if you're having that written document that everybody can
For the naive and the current.
bring two persons, she brings two persons, you form a network. The issues of our some of the discussions we are having are kind of related.
First Lady from 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Are you there?
Karibishwa kwenye meza tutaka wala naye Yesu siku zote naye. Yesu atatupangusa machozi tukikaribishwa kwenye na kuabudu miungu ya mataifa. Hebu amueni, murudieni Mungu aliyeumba mbingu na nchi. Sema mtumikieni Yehova Mungu aliye hai. Mtasita hata lini? Mara kwa Bwana, mara kwa miungu migeni ya Kanaani. Hasira ya Bwana yaja kwenu. Chagueni hivi leo ijulikane kama ni Bwana tumtumikie. Lakini mimi na nyumba yangu miungu migeni ya Kanaani. Hasira ya Bwana yaja kwenu. Chagueni hivi leo ijulikane kama ni Bwana tumtumikie. Lakini mimi na nyumba yangu nitamwabudu Bwana. Mtasita hata lini? Mara kwa Bwana, mara kwa miungu migeni ya Kanaani. Hasira ya Bwana yaja kwenu. Chagueni hivi leo ijulikane kama ni Bwana tumtumikie. Lakini mimi na nyumba yangu mara kwa miungu migeni ya Kanaani. Hasira ya Bwana yaja kwenu. Chagueni hivi leo ijulikane kama ni Bwana tumtumikie. Lakini mimi na nyumba yangu nitamwabudu Bwana. Mtasita hata lini? Mara kwa Bwana, mara kwa miungu. Chagueni hivi leo ijulikane kama ni Bwana tumtumikie. Lakini mimi na nyumba yangu nitamwabudu Bwana.
Amen. Nafikiri we'll rest our case there as we invite Mama Florence Nyakundi kuja aombe chakula. Mama, kuja uombe chakula. Tunataka kuenda Hilton Hotel, mahali pa kunawa iko pale. Tafadhali watoto wata line up pole pole, utapata chakula kwa sababu chakula iko ya kutosha kila mtu. Mama Nyakundi, tafadhali weka watu kwa maombi.
Tunaomba. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo tunakuja mbeleni mwako tukishukuru na kusema ni asante Mungu wetu. Umetulisha tangu asubuhi na kutulinda mchana wote. Masaa haya tunaenda kula chakula ambaye kitachenga mili yetu, tupate nguvu ya kulitukuza jina lako. Bwana kibariki tunapokula. Kumbuka wale hawana baba chochote, hata maji ya kunywa na wafikie kupitia kwa Samaria wema wapate chakula Mungu wetu. Sisi wote tuwe na nafasi nzuri ya kulitukuza jina lako Mfalme. Katika jina Yesu Kristo tumeomba tukishukuru.
So tutaanza kuline up, watoto wa line up pole pole na tuanze kukula pale. Chakula iko ya kutosha kila mtu. Tafadhali.
1, 2. Check this microphone. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check mic. Mic 1, 2. Yes. 1, 2. Check this microphone. Okay. 1, 2. Check this microphone. One, two.
then we go to the next question. So that whatever that is not captured, something, just keep it and add up. Is that okay?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So, in order for us to respond to organizer, so we are going to go back and formally organize the NSA at our national levels. From there, we establish authority with the MOA and the NFP. Ministry of Agriculture. So at that point, you're going, if need be, we can also sign MOU with them. We have like an authority with them, not anybody just coming out, springing up from anywhere, but we know that we already have something working with them.
Is there anything like a national focal point? Yes. What do we have? There are a lot of focal points, so let's know who we are referring to.
I should go on. Okay. And when we have established this authority with them, we need a tracking tool in an Excel format. When NSA say they've engaged with, what they are doing at a particular time. This will not give us our input, what we are doing at NAIP level. The annual budget, planning, and but we must first of all establish this authority from here. That is when we can give in our input. And also in the JSR, the Joint Sector Review, and that will trickle down to the BR review. Whatever we have imputed here, using this VAP tool, that's Action Aid have come up with, it can help us to be on track, and that can be implemented in the 𝗕𝗏 process. But if we don't go through this, we cannot. And then also, to answer the question on how to engage other stakeholders, we have like the parliamentarians, the private sector, the donors, the tactical team. What are their inputs? We are going to have like a stakeholder mapping tool also. All this will come during the NAIP process. Whatever we gather from here, you put it back here, and that will go into the implementation. Thank you.
Can we clap for group 1? Plans. I thought maybe they will have question 1, these are the, but I like the way they connect. Okay. Group 2, is there any addition or subtraction? While we are waiting for group 2, group 3. Can you use the microphone, sir?
As group 3, we thought we needed to have like a body that coordinates. So we were like proposing to have a small team that forms the secretariat, and within that small team you have somebody who coordinates the whole processes. That same person could also have an email group with also a WhatsApp group that also see you communicating. And then we said we need to prioritize key indicators. We may not be focusing on over 40 indicators, but key indicators we think the nation hasn't been doing well. We groups in terms of subgroups within the same NSA group, and then agree on how to work on that. So each subgroup we are proposing to have a specific terms of reference on which they are supposed to deliver. Said We may need to assess the existing structure of engagement at the national level, not necessarily under the BR, but there could be other structures. Like in Tanzania, we have the what we call involvement coordination. So this process will all learn from that structure and input the lessons to the BR. And then we also said, actually, we also said about the stakeholder analysis and mapping as part of that. But we said also we need to create more awareness and bring new NSCs on board that may not necessarily be engaging at the moment and build the capacity of NSCs. And then we said we need to use the existing BR toolkit and in some cases also to accommodate country-specific issues or specific needs. Then on how to engage with other actors, we said we may need to consider producing shadow reports on a specific agreed thematic focus. And with MPs, each time we're meeting with them, we need to have their commitment and then review the commitment whenever we have a meeting in terms of progress. And we both agree to keep on engaging at a higher level when we are either meeting with the donors or with the government. And we also said we may also need to undertake specific analysis on areas of interest where the MPs have interest and NSCs have interest. You can say, okay, maybe we need to commission a research on this or a study on this, and we can work together on those specific areas. And the last but not least, we said we need to develop knowledge materials, fact sheets, that could also help MPs and other actors to engage. I think that's all from Group 3.
Okay, I'm refraining from making comments. Let's get from Group 2. Microphone. I know you used to be a pastor in your village, but
yes. Follow what groups up to points. In-country program. So number one, we say, okay, it would be good for us to lobby for creation of 𝗕𝗶𝗃 biannual group. Just like, there's a very good example in Ghana that can be used as a case study. So they've been doing that annually. So when he shared with us, we say this is an idea that can be borrowed. Number two, also said that there should be capacity building of non-state actors. How much do we know about 𝗕𝗃 and how do we want to engage? So there should be need for capacity building. Then number three, we also suggested that there's need to integrate 𝗕𝗃 into our projects without necessarily waiting for 𝗕𝗃 funding. So what if there is no funding for 𝗕𝗃, what happens? We are doing a lot of things that contribute to 𝗕𝗃, but it's not so it's happening already in Rwanda. Therefore, we say there should be inclusion of non-state actors to generate data. Even though data is a government-led kind of thing, but if deliberately civil society organizations or are commissioned or deliberately included in data generation, they are likely to get correct source of information because there are people on the field all the time. And the last one, under number one, was media engagement when it comes to publishing those kind of data. It is very, very important. Number two, how do we build relationship with parliamentarians? We also came up with 2 points. One, we said, okay, it's good to create and engage elected parliamentarians, especially those ones that are coming new. They normally have their orientation program. So we can squeeze
our topics into the orientation program without paying money. So we can use those kind of opportunities, to create awareness on what CADEP process is all about. And then number 2, inviting parliamentarians in our normal CADEP project or meetings or workshops. But we also have a very challenging issue that most government people, when you invite them, if they know the kind of hotel you are inviting them, they may not even come. Or if they know that they are not going to get little money, they will not even show up. So how do we go about it? It's an issue that has to be addressed. It's happening, somebody says it's happening in Ghana, it's also happening in Nigeria. So I don't know of other places. From hearing the name of the hotel, you know that your program is off, they won't come. And then number 3, deliberately we say CSOs and private sectors and other planning agencies to work together to engage government on CADEP processes. So if there is good relationship between, private sectors, CSOs, and then you'll be able to work, it will be easy to convince government to join this kind of thing. And then number 3, how do we coordinate the CADEP process? We were running out of time, so we came up with one point. We said, 1, to develop a relationship with CADEP focal desk officers or relevant ministries are doing what it has to do with this. It's good to establish a relationship. Not just you want a program tomorrow, is today you are looking for them. Try to establish a relationship long time before you start looking for them. Then number 4 is talking about the tools. We're trying to come up with points, but constantly time is off. But we said, okay, it would be good from among partners to identify amongst ourselves who is doing what, who has capacity on what, that we can share. And then that's where we stopped. Maybe my group members can add if I didn't say it well. Thank you.
Don't worry, your group deserves a clap. Can you clap for this group? Okay. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. It shows that, and one thing that is coming out is that we are all agreeing that while we have done enough, or while we have done a lot, there's still so much to do. From the 3 groups, we could see that there was a consensus that there's a need to better organize ourselves at the different levels and also better coordinate the way we, do our things. There's also, but there's something that came up. I think it was the second group that presented, or this last group. You see, let's not treat media as people we invite to events, maybe invite them as participants. They are part of us. It's not, we are invited, they are not being invited, they are part of you. Once you understand that they are part of the system, then we will overcome that idea of saying we need to do media engagement, because when they are part of what we are doing, automatically we integrate some of those media activities in our plan. So let's not always forget that they are part of us. Then we've all agreed that there's a need for continued learning and capacity building. That can easily also be done. But again, I will encourage us. Some of these things we expect or we think we don't know, it's all there in the internet. Anything you want to know, even like when Henry was saying something in the morning on how to mobilize and engage in the CADEP as NSAs. There's a guideline that was developed by the AUC. It's there. If you Google it, you will see it is very clear. Very, very, very well simplified. You understand? So let's also try to ask questions by trying to explore and get information, read up. Because once we know things, it's a lot easier for us to also build up the capacity we want and promote the work we do. Another assignment. Advocacy is interesting, it's difficult, is long suffering, but the gains are always sweet. No matter how little the gains are, is always sweet, but it takes a lot of sacrifice. And that will bring me to ask us. Most of us say we work in the area of CADEP engagements, agriculture engagements. But if we call you to say, do you know your CADEP focal person? Some of us don't know. Our country CADEP focal persons. Do you know the chair parliamentary committee on agriculture? Some of us don't know. Do you know your permanent secretary or whoever at the Ministry of Agriculture? Some of us don't know. If you don't know, you can't even begin to engage in the process. If you don't know anybody there, they are doing joint sector review, they won't invite you, they don't know you. And don't think they will invite you. Don't wait to be invited. Go and knock on the door. In fact, knock, 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 hit, hit, hit. If they're not opening, go through the window. That is how it works. And when you have a good relationship, you will know when a permanent secretary has been changed. You will know when the parliament committee has been reshuffled. You will know when something is happening. That is the only way you can do it. But if you sit and say somebody will have to tell you, they will invite you, they will call you, nobody will call you. So please, we should take it as an assignment. So maybe we should include it in one of the ways. Develop relations and explore and get information. Don't only relate to ministry officials when you need them. Once they blue moon you call. I was just calling to greet you, Sir Oma. The person will remember. I remember when we started engaging in CADEP in Nigeria. I looked for the CADEP focal person for 1 year. I would go to the ministry, they would tell me, oh, the person is not around. Not knowing that they appointed somebody, but the man was sick. There was nobody to take over. Until after 1 year, I ran into the person acting for him. I keep on calling the man. Any day I call him, he will remember that there's a meeting tomorrow. But he will not naturally call. Do you understand? And that's how we on getting ourselves into the space until we became, included. So include yourself. Nobody's going to include you. Then again, our topics for MPs, like we know, they need to know, because I know, like for example, yesterday when we were having interactions with the MPs, one of the MPs said he has never heard anything about CADEP. And I know that country is a country where we engage very well. That was Uganda. And when Agnes came, we introduced her. Truly, the man was just integrated into the committee. So he might never have heard. He used to be in finance committee, or he became a finance committee chair. So probably they've never engaged with him. So, but you see, it's necessary that we keep track of what is happening, that we can always get them involved in what we are doing. Then again, on the issue of engaging parliamentarians, we have to be smart in our engagement. You don't rule out the fact that in some places you will have it easy with the parliamentarians. Also in some other places it will be difficult. Most organizations might not really have resources to host them the way they want to be hosted. But the normal thing is that they should be the one hosting us, because we are helping them work. But you know how politics and is in Africa. But let me give you a trick of what you do. Don't do let me want to come and let me be the one
to put in place a secretariat, finance it, so that we can improve and provide proper coordination. I mean, for the WhatsApp,
you. The current name, like I laid on the that functioning. The idea was our engagement with the BR process. The idea is that we all want BR. So, front of that group, we called it Amplifying BR Group. CNC, we are not CNC. CNC has a structure. That structure has to come back and decide how it's going to run. And that's not our role here. You understand? So the idea is that this particular a group of organizations, platforms that want to amplify the BR report. Sorry, reports. Use the microphone.
What are we losing by maintaining the name, and what are we gaining by changing the name?
So before me,
and in case the gains are much more than the losses, probably you can say, oh, let's change. Because also the names also tells who we are. Now, if the current name doesn't tell us where we want to go, then I think the need to change is inevitable. If the current name probably tells who we are and what we want to do, then for me, there is no need to change.
So maybe just a bit with regards to the name. Okay. So, in terms of what we are losing, I think the only thing maybe Constance is not saying is because Oxfam is one of the agencies that tried sometime late last year to see how CNC in its structure and form can be able to continue with this work. But the thing is that it's political. Because CNC and its structure has people that were also leading that, and of course the history, as Constant tried to explain. So if you go back, you take the name, then you're also bringing in the politics and how the work is moving, and the name was also not like, it doesn't have the best of a reputation in some of the, maybe the donor engagements that were there before. So we are trying to just avoid that, going back into that mess. But also one of the things we discussed alongside what Chief did mention there is that the other question is, should we struggle with this a lot, or should we concentrate on the work that we think we want to do? And then let that work also help inform this process. Not saying that this is not important, but where do we want to put most of our energy on? Are they the priorities, or is it the structure?
Well, if you ask me, if we move on without a structure, the AU will ask us, who are you representing? You get my point? So it is important that we know how we are going to structure ourselves so that when we start moving with the CADAP process, we are moving as a formalized structure. And thanks, Nanzala, for talking about, being brutally honest about the history of CNC. And I think we shouldn't really get much deeper into it because most of us know what happened, and it would just reopen the political component of that. So I don't see any harm, in amplifying this. So if you cannot use the word amplified BR, because I think if you say BR, it will limit us to BR only. So how can we make it something that is going to make us engage in the entire CADAP process? That would be my suggestion. But I would suggest strongly for us even to attract support from the tactical group and other development partners is if we move as an organized NSA platform.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Before you also come in, there was something somebody said, and I also noted that a group mentioned it. One of the pitfalls or the challenges that TNC encountered was that in the idea of convening and structuring our engagement prior to CNC, I think we went and focused money, and today we know that that's why we didn't want to go back to CNC, because a lot of stories read out the things we did, and we all clapped because we all participated in it. We did not have a secretariat. We did not employ anybody. We didn't even have a chair. We didn't have a coordinator per se, but we allocated tasks. When we have activity, we agree this is how we are going to do it. Okay, like everybody's here now. You see everybody's logo. You don't know who contributed the money. We had a 2-day meeting, brought in parliamentarians, spent money, hosted them. You saw the banner there, all the organizations. Do you understand? So you're not there, you don't know who is bringing what. So we were able to manage that. We were able to work as a team because we believe that together we move as a team. So if we could have done that, I do not think that at this point we waste too much energy in trying to, focus on things that are not, it will all come out on its own at the end of the day. So let's just have a coordination group where what we'll be doing will be, how do we bring our ideas together, how do we jointly see how we resource and carry out our activities, and then we'll get to do things without paying too much attention. Okay, is the secretariat in Abuja, or is it in Nairobi, or is it in Ethiopia?
How much are they? And I think that's also the one thing we discussed in our group, and we were saying, if that's not an option, then can we do that? Like a coordination group with proper working group?
That's the proposal we want to make.
Yeah.
What you do, Constance? Can you just present our proposal in entirety, and then you can now go section by section and get your feedback.
And I forgot that you men, you like politics. Men, you like talking a lot. Have what we should have finished.
We would have finished this matter.
If it's women, we would have already looked at ourselves. Or you men, you like everybody wants to talk like in the parliament. Don't worry. All right, so we should also be thinking. I've seen on the board, do we retain amplifying BR group, or do we say Cadi non-state actors group? Whatever. No, don't use that full system thing, please. Let's not get into that politics. Amplifying Cadem NSA group, whatever we want to call it. Let's be thinking. Then we are suggesting the following constituencies. Suggested constituencies, 1990. Okay, constituency. We are looking at ECAS, NSA, then UMA, NSA, ECONSA, EAC, no. It's ECOWAS non-state. EAC, NSA, then we have 2 specialized groups with African Youth Consortium, the 205 youth-led organizations. We have the Agenda 2063. Is it Media or Journalist Network? Charles? Media Network. Then we have the TAC team. NSA, TAC, that's Tactical Technical Team. But this TAC team are in 2 folds. The first fold is the INGOs, they carry work in the different countries. And then the second group of the TAC team is made up of supporting technical agencies. I will list them out as we move on. Okay, so maybe I should mention the INGOs. Maybe in brackets, let's mention the INGOs. So I won't be the next group. So So under here you have Oxfam, ActionAid, Care, Shamba Center, Trust Africa, and one. I think there are 6. Just one. Then for the tech agencies, we are looking at Policy Link, Wasafiri Consulting, Agra, Academia 2063, and definitely our senior advisor, 𝗕𝗶𝗲 advisor, who is also the NSA licensed person. That's AUC 𝗕𝗶𝗲 advisor, 𝗕𝗶𝗲 advisor. So is 𝗕𝗶𝗲 So the INGOs are those INGOs that have mapped out resources and technical support for organizations engaging in the 𝗕𝗶𝗲 work. So whether there is a group or not, they are working. Then the tech teams, the other group are they will provide more of advisory role and funding, and then also technical support. So take for example, you have Academia 2063, when you want to do analysis, detailed knowledge information on 𝗕𝗶𝗲, they are there to provide it. And then we already know Agro and Policy Links in terms of bringing resources, AU political and technical and funding support. So so our proposal is, if we agree that this constituency is all-encompassing, then we are proposing that we have a coordination team, and that coordination team will be as follows. You want to write it there? Okay, yeah. You can write there, so you can write on the screen. So the proposal is that you have a coordination team. So for each of the regional block, that is the ECAS, UMAS, ECONSA, that's from here to this point. We propose that they give us 3 representatives each to be in the coordination team, and it will be based on country. So for example, ECAS will give us 3 countries to represent them. OMA will do the same, ECONSA will do the same, ECAS will do the same, EACs will do the same, SADC will do the same. Then for the 2 specialized group, they will give us 3 representatives
forever. And even in their leadership, they are not only 3, they are up to 7 or 9. Do you understand? So you need to rotate, but they know they are representing this block. Then for the INGOs, after 2 years we review. If you are a member of the tactical team as an organization, and for 2 years you've not committed anything, there's no need to keep you there. Yes, now if you are there and you just be putting you on the banner, you never contributed 1 naira, you don't even contribute anything, there's no need to keep you. And another thing is that the idea is that it makes it very competitive and interesting. So some INGOs will want to be removed, so that means they will keep making sure they source resources to foot what we are doing, and the more the merrier. So if we have like 100 tactical team members, only 6 of them at every point in time will be on the coordination team. So if an organization keeps bringing us resources and is performing, why not stay there, give us the money, let's continue the work. The same thing would happen to the advisory team, minus the AUC person, because that's a position and that's a political position, political support. So whether or not, we definitely know that for them to be there, the support will always be there. But for the other organizations there, if for example Wasafiri wakes up tomorrow and decides not to support us, after 2 years we change them. If AGRA decides that they won't give us money again, we look for other people that will give us. If Academia 2063 decides that they won't help us with the analysis, we look for either RESAX or IFIPRI or any of the other research institutes to help us. And the same goes with policy links, for example. So as we are getting more technical agencies interested in supporting the process, we bring them into the space so that the more the merrier. But at every point in time, we have those numbers representing. Then the system
we feel that to avoid gatekeeping, so that nobody will say, oh, well, this one has happened, the other one has not happened, we will have regular coordination meetings that will have rotational chairing and documentation. So what it means is that we have 27 eligible coordinating organizations or agencies. So if we decide to have meetings monthly, for each meeting we will nominate the organization that will chair. We can decide to use representatives from, we can decide to use the constituencies that will chair rather. We can decide to pick SADC to chair, and then EAC, NSA to document. Then the next meeting, it might be a member of the INGO and then the youth group to document, or the youth group and the media, you understand? So that nobody gatekeeps. Are we together? Nobody gatekeeps. If anybody wants to communicate to our group, they write to the coordination team. So what it means is that
if AUC, for example, is having an event and they need us to make a comment, any member of the coordinating team would meet and delegate who would take that role, who would speak on behalf of the NSA, of the group. If it is the Rex, you know, depending on how it is, we treat it that way. So it will become very participatory. And at every meeting, depending on the tax or the issues we have at hand, we are proposing that we allocate, whoever that is chairing, the whole group will agree and allocate tax. So that by the time we come to the next meeting, there's an update, review of what we are supposed to do, what we have achieved, and what is left.
So that it's very organic. No one person will take control, and at the same time, everybody will be active, because if you say, let the youth group be the chair, and let the media be the secretary, for example, others can fold their hands and say, well, it's not my business. Do you understand? Gatekeeping will begin to creep in, and we begin to have problems. And you know, when we also agree that this is something we need to do, we can even, as a consortium like this, reach out to donors to give resources. I know that in some organizations where you have project consortium, you have different big blocks having A typical example is the project that Joe Ziga talked about. They call it Public Service Alliance, funded by SDC. It is made up of 6 or 7 5 consulting members. And we have ESAF, which is a big regional farmer organization in almost all the BAC and SADC regions. Then you have Action Aid. Then you have SAFED, PSAM, and the University of Rhodes as a group. So they come together, they assess the funding. Based on the agreement, the funding definitely goes to one organization, and they, because of the different tax, every member of the consortium have a tax they are leading on. The resources is divided according to the consortium, and everybody implements according to plan and report back. So like that, it's equal ownership and commitment. Because if you say you want to have a secretariat, you will think of where you will situate the secretariat. You will employ secretariat staff. Tomorrow, the secretariat staff begins to answer the name of the consortium. You understand? It becomes a problem. You say, oh, you're not being given opportunity. But somebody is already being employed. Are we together? So, but if you leave it open, what it means is that if there is an opportunity for us to participate anywhere, the consortium, the group coordination team will have a meeting, depending on the area of specialty. If it's something that has to do with a technical issue, and we look within the regions and within the constituents, we pick people that are competent to go represent. They go there as a block, not as individual organizations. So those are the proposals. Then the other things we felt that will make the work a little bit easier is that each of the blocks, the constituencies, so for instance, would have a WhatsApp group for communication for their members. So all the countries within ECAS, the non-state actors block, will be on that group. The same thing with the CONSA, EAC, SADC, OMA. The same thing with the youth consortium, which I think they do already. Agenda 2063, which I think they do already. Already in this one, they all have their group. So like that, we begin to strengthen. But because we also want to be sure we are accountable, you will not just tell us that you have a platform. We need to see evidence. So, for instance, the youth consortium that says they have 205 youth-led organizations, they will give us a list of those organizations and their contact, which can be verified by everybody. The same thing, ECOSA says they are in 15 countries or 14. They give us their contact at the national level. It's also expected that when we get to the national level, there's an evidence that there is also a structure. And we do it like that. Then the non-state, the NSA TAC team, like I told you, for now we are like around 10, but 6 are very active. We'll keep expanding to get more people to be part of it. So each group have their own communication platform. The only people that will be on the coordination team WhatsApp platform will be those representatives we have put, which will be changing from time to time. Is that okay? Please, am I making sense? Then, as a whole group, we are proposing that we should create social media handles. So if, for example, we decided to answer 𝗕𝗶𝗶 group, we should have a Twitter handle, which is where we'll be collecting what things we do at the continental level, put it out there, and also put it out on the social media handle of all the constituencies. We expect the different constituencies to also do the same, have their social media handle, Twitter, Facebook, and other spaces. Then, it's also good to create an email. It's also good to create an email so that when somebody wants to, because that will also check and balance activities. So it's not like one person is, email is going to one particular organization. So if anything is coming to, for example, to a concern, it goes to ICOSA. Within the ICOSA, they would have decided who has access to that bill, so that there can be check and balances. Then I've talked about evidence of national group, full details, list of membership. So any other suggestion we have to make it better. So this is what we are proposing. So it's over to the House to discuss and decide. Thank you.
I wish I could do the Atama food, but I'm from Nigeria. I don't know how to do that. Thanks, Constance. So that is the proposal. We are shifting from secretariat mode of operation to a more coordinated organizations, countries working together. And I think that way we can regain the confidence that this group was intended, the purpose it was intended for. I think that way we will be able to achieve it. That is what I think. I don't know what you think. So can we have a proposer and several seconders and thirders and fourthers? Yes? Please note.
I think I want to share a very similar example to what Constance presented from the project we are working in. I'm a local partner to Oxfam Nigeria, and we are working on African Activists for Climate Justice project that has 5 consortium partners. These are big blocks. So the funder is the Federal Ministry of Netherlands. He's the one funding the project. So money comes to Oxfam Nigeria, or those of us that are in Nigeria, and then Oxfam, give it according to pathways based on capacity that you have. And that way people work and then submit reports, and then Oxfam Nigeria prepare a single report as a country report to the donor. And there is less friction because everybody has his own capacity. I know what he's doing. So, because I heard her say something like this, if we have this kind of understanding and we have the zeal of 𝗕𝗶𝗲 heart, I think it can work, and I want to support that.
So we have the first recommendation. We have 2 more. The other person. He took note of the recommender. Okay. Anybody opposing that? Those supporting? Yes, yes.
Not be able to read the report when Constance is presenting. Are we treating interpretation is the money? Okay. Okay, I just want a small detail. How are we treating the issue of farmers or farmers organization? Is it an interesting group just as the media, or we're thinking of their representation as part of the regional representation? My proposal would be that we should, there is special group. No, yes, my proposal would be that on the coordination committee, the coordination committee, we create a specific representation of farmers or farmers organization.
I think those are
Is it farmers or women?
farmers.
Is it farmers or women farmers?
Okay, which are the disadvantaged groups? Of course, the youth, the media. I think farmers are disadvantaged because they're never or rarely included in these processes. Yeah. Farmers in general, and then maybe you can put some.
I have a suggestion. I was to handle the next steps scenario, but I have already eaten 11 minutes of your time. We have spoken about many, many things. They are all, as you can see, typed up here. Can we commit to show up at the next Wednesday meeting, and we will make a decision? We've given people time to go talk to their networks. This is the proposal. Wednesday, that will be the Nairobi resolutions for non-state actors. If you miss, it is your choice. So you're having time to go. This document, you can go comment on it. You can consider it. Wednesday, 11 a.m. GMT. This is the decision we will make. Is that okay?
Yes.
So that we can wrap up. I think you what? This is an active network. We've been meeting every Wednesday. The decision will be made on Wednesday. It's not too short. Those are 4 days to go tell people.
How fast is passing? But to ensure that everybody is passing is kind of right? Because even for the concert, for instance, there are a couple of the other constitutions online.
If it's about that, it will take us forever. If it's about that, it will take us forever. The idea is that whatever we are doing and whatever we are going to do is subject to review most of the time. If you begin to say, remember that some of these groups, like the Umar, we've not even contacted them. Like the ECAS, we've not even contacted them. But if we agree, it will not stop us from starting up the process while they come on board, but the slot is already there for them. You understand? And the EAC team has promised that they will go back and strengthen their group. So, but if you begin to wait until everybody gets their group, that is what draws us back.
And also other processes are not stopping as we take our time to think. Other things are already going on. We want to be in the training. We want to be trained on the VR. And if we can't organize ourselves, how will we be trained? So these are the things we need to consider. We have to move with speed to be included.
I think the point that you see that you came to make a great statement. But if you have the same timetable, when that group that is on, time is over, the time is over. But we don't think that it should be dependent on whether they are funded. So when that person 2 years over, another group can come. So that's
the reason I'm not going to allow that is because I am in charge of the time of this meeting. And so we must, what you put is a valid conversation. As soon as I sit down, I'm going to put it as a comment. So it's not that we are not listening, it's that we should bring in those comments. We just can't thoroughly explore those comments now.
Yeah, but you are just bringing it up to us. So if you bring it to us now, in the market, city where we're doing some democracy, then we have to listen to other people's views. I don't say you have to listen to my views, and you have this thing written in stone and you accept it. And that's all we're saying. I think he raised a valid point, and because maybe there's a confusion, maybe what you're saying is not what you mean, but his concern is that is this going to disturb?
I said I have heard you. I'm listing the comments that people are making. We will consider them at 11 a.m. GMT on Wednesday and then make a vote. Is that clear?
That's better.
So you have full access to this document. It is the most democratic document that exists. If you do not put your thoughts here, it is your choice. It is you have absconded an opportunity.
No, it's not a document. It's a presentation.
Hold on, Robert and this man. The idea is that even if we accept that this is the way we want to go, it does not mean that we will right here now and then submit names of representatives. No. So the idea is that we agree that, for example, the number suggested as coordinating representative is okay. You understand? Or we're saying should reduce or we increase. How each block goes back to suggesting who will be there, it's their choice. So when we meet on Wednesday or the time we're meeting again, we can decide to say we've adopted this or we have not adopted it. If we have adopted it, we agree within ourselves. What is the timeline to come back and give us the names of the representatives so that the next step will now be to constitute the coordinating team and begin to run? Because if we list out the priorities and things we need to do, it is based on that that we'll begin to look for resources to do those things. So we're not saying that you will give us name now and then the 2 years will finish. So each group can go back and review their working documents, how they want to do it, so that everybody can be carried along.
I hope you listen to That's what I'm saying. Can we please, I beg of you. You know I do this every week. We actually have a document. Go write in it your thoughts. Let's not extend this time here when you have the capacity to fill this document. Let people go to the shopping malls. Please, this is the question I'm asking. We are going to meet on Wednesday. You have until then to comment on this document, which you all have access to. Please, may I ask that the next steps be that we follow up on everything we've discussed on Wednesday. Is that a good Okay, then in that case, can I invite the senior cadre officer to come and give us a 1-minute closing? Welcome, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Okay, I'm not so sure. I'm sure you're still going to talk after this, but nevertheless, really it's just to say from the AUC side, it has been a privilege not only today, but to be here part of these conversations the past 3 days. I am part of the weekly meetings that has been happening since last year, of which even for myself, I would say that it has been a learning platform to learn the complexities of what this group wants to achieve. We're talking about, when I'm saying this group, we're talking about the farmers, we're talking about the non-state actors, the private sector. As I recall, I think we only had one gentleman representing the private sector. Thank you so much. It is still one of the key challenges that we have at the continental level on our engagement as AUC with the private sector. It is really, really still at the bottom, and we are trying to see ways on how we can improve that. I would like to also give a big thank you to the youth present here today. Also to our donors or funders, represented by some of these organizations, Wasafiri Consultant, Action Aid, Oxfam. I do not want to leave any of those, but thank you very much for having brought this group to be here in Nairobi, Kenya. As Constance said some 2 or 3 days ago, it still remains just a dream as to how, you know, they can make this happen. And I think we are getting close. Yeah? She gave us earlier on the history as to how some of even this name about. Let's be visionary and see how we can really support and make this be a reality. I still believe that once you are better organized, then we'll be able to jointly also go out there and mobilize resources that could support your engagements for amplifying the BR processes and its results. I would also like to give a very, very big thank you to our photographers for the past 3 years, 3 days. It has been really, really wonderful. I was asking, we had day 1 photos folder. By this time, I had expected to have the day 2, not the day 3, the day 2, they are missing. Yes? So I have asked and there was no answer given. I would like to give also a very big thank you to our interpreters. They are up there. Thank you for that wonderful job you are doing. Also to Movenpick Hotel for the services that has been rendered the past 3 days. That has also been really, really welcome. Also specifically also a special thank you to the members of the Communication and Advocacy Technical Working Group. They did not only come to listen and learn. I believe for some of you, you have been called upon for the podcast, and I look forward to listening to that. I'm sure it's something also that we'll be able to share as part of advocating the voice of this group on the BR. Last and not least is also just to say that, as I have already indicated, I will be sharing the finalized 4th BR roadmap circle, because there are critical calendar dates in there, of which I think is really, really important for this team to take note of. The immediate, or even rather to say what has happened and has commenced as of this week, up until the 15th of March, we are hoping to have the regional trainings in all the 5 regional blocks. Due to cost implications, this will be online, visual, and you need to attend, please, your regional trainings at your rec level when this happens. And if I'm hoping already also that you're already members of those groupings of the recs, so that you make sure that you attend. This is how you will also be able to learn on these tools that we talk about on the 49 plus now 12 indicators. Lastly, thank you to the ladies behind all the scene. Really, really a big thank you to you. I know how hard it has been. I know I have received strange WhatsApp at odd hours. I hope when I was able to respond, I was okay. And then when I was not, I'm like, okay, hang on, I'll come back to you. Sometimes it's really that tough. Thank you very much to our MC and MCs for the day. I wish you all a safe travel to all over the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, finally, we're coming to the end. So some people are eyeing me. If I get them eyeing me from now till tomorrow, I'm going home. All right.
What's your birthday?
Should I come to the okay? You're seeing me here. Oh. Oh. Are you jealous? Whose birthday is it today? Anybody? Your birthday. Okay. I remember, I think a year plus now, we got a call from Masafuri, and they were asking, they wanted to know the work we've been doing, and how we've been doing it, our engagements on the cadre, and things like that. That culminated into different calls to different groupings. And then after some months, they shared some write-offs to say, this is what we are picking from, what you are doing, but we realized that we've been making efforts to make sure that this space and the opening you have to engage with the AUC on the CADIP and especially the BR does not close. And we were told that, okay, we have little funding that might not really do so much, but at least what they cannot do in terms of giving us cash, they will do in terms of providing technical support, coordination support, so that we don't use the space. And that's how we started bringing in all of you here. And we witnessed how throughout last year, when the BR was launched, how we engaged and all the little things we've been doing. And lastly, this parliamentary briefing, retreat and the meeting we are having today. Well, like everybody has been saying, every house has a door. Abi? The entrance. Abi is the Nigerian slang. No, just door. Anybody going through the window is a thief. So somebody has been, because most of the time, we are like someone like me, I can talk from now to forever. I can also write, but I talk more than I write. So I like being creative, I like developing programs, coming up with ideas. But I also want to have somebody that can document and capture what I'm saying, the way I've said it. Because at times, as you're thinking, if you're writing, maybe you lose some of the things. But if somebody is able to document what you are thinking, and it comes alive the way you really have thought about it, that's what makes it real. So Osafiri has provided that kind of support for us. Make sure that we keep talking to each other, provided the Zoom link and the headache, having to reach out, make sure that we are prepared as we are engaging the AUC, as we are engaging different stakeholders, and we are prepared and we've been coordinated. And somebody had been at the forefront of doing that. And I heard a little story, but we are still praying hard that that story doesn't come to pass. I know they promised us, they said, we'll just do this for 1 year, but we said, if there's opportunity to, even if it's not like we are at the door, pushing the door, but at least still be within our space to add the value we've been adding, we'll appreciate it. But it's always good to appreciate from time to time. Because you eat in the morning, you say, thank you, Mama. In the afternoon, thank you, Mama. In the evening, thank you, Mama. Because you're hoping you eat another one tomorrow. So we just felt that we want to show a little bit of token of appreciation. So we want to, you already know what I'm talking about. Yes. Aww. So on behalf of all of us, that's why I love 𝗕𝗶𝗄, very fresh ones. We want to say thank you, love you. You know, at times I used to tell her, hold on, I used to tell her that she should join the army. Ruth Pearl, you are talking, she will stand by you. Hurry. And so, okay, she did it to the parliamentarians though. She harassed them big time. So if she does it to you, don't take offense. That's her own strategy and it works. So please, on her behalf, if she has harassed you, forgive her. But she has always delivered. So we want to say thank you, and we love you. And I'm sure you will drink this wine with 𝗕𝗶𝗄. So on behalf of all of us, we say thank you. Thank you. And we love you.
It has been the greatest pleasure of my 1.5 years to work with you. Everybody, my family knows I enjoy this work. I talk about you all the time. When you stress me, when you make me happy. So even this week, they know, and it has been a pleasure, a genuine pleasure working with you. What comes next, only God knows, only you know if these plans will come to fruition. Thank you, genuinely, for the opportunity.
For she's a jolly fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow, and so say all of us, and so say all of us, hooray! Hello? Hooray! For she's a jolly good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow.
Sandra and Charles, who over the last 2 weeks have been sleepless, harassing you with emails, especially the parliamentarians, ensuring you have visas, figuring out little details that ensure it all comes together. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Okay, Nairobi is a wonderful city in the sun. Okay. I'm ordering them.